11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport-Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453, brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Northeast winds, low humidity, feeling nice to close down the work week. We're down to 58 degrees tonight and an overnight low of around 58 in town. Sunshine Friday, high 85, low 59, and then upper 80s, low 90s Saturday and Sunday. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on a Friday, October 10th. My name is Tim Fletcher. I think, hold on, let me check the ID here. My name is Tim Fletcher, and I'm glad to be here with you. With some Dirtfoot popping into our ears. That's cool.
We're on 103.3 FM, 1130 The Tiger in Shreveport, Louisiana. 103.3 FM, 1420 The Goat in Lafayette, Louisiana. Wherever you are, that's where we are too. Isn't this great? Our show presented to you every day by the fine folks over at Alsco. Alsco.com. Uniforms. Facility care. Linens, and more. 318-636-0404. My friends, did you know you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline? 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45.
Hello.
Ed Orgeron,
Hello.
how you doing, buddy?
Hello.
What's up, Ed?
We're coming.
Good.
We're coming.
Good. I said good.
And we ain't backing down.
Oh, righty then. Yeah. Mudbugs at home this weekend versus the much despised, detested Corpus Christi Ice Rays. It's military weekend, jersey auction Saturday night after the game. Be there or be square, mudbugshockey.com. 318-636-7094 to get your tickets. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Live Oak, getting it done. Live Oak Environmental trucks out on the road right now doing the dirty work, buddy. And they do it as good as anybody out there. They are not fools, but they are here to do your dirty work. They are. Live Oak Environmental. Look, if your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, then that is just trash. So you should know what to do. Call Live Oak. 318-230-7125, or hit their website, liveoakenv.com, liveoakenv.com. Make that switch to the Walters crew, and you'll be glad you did. My friends, the Early Riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella. They've got all your athletic gear needs, school uniform needs, and so much more. Plus, today's the deadline for your Letterman jacket orders. If you want the patches on them by Christmas, get that order in today at Sports World. We're on social media. We're on the X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at AHester32. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. And we stream the show with video in beautiful Technicolor sound and featuring Panavision audio everywhere you see us, whether it's on our Facebook page, The Tim Fletcher Show, The Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel, or at Fletcher Show on X. And then after, Rogers and I chalk up, get our weightlifting belts on, and we shove 4 hours of individual radio as high up into the clouds as we can, only because we know that you're going to download it later at your perusal, at your convenience, and that's all we want to do is to make you happy. Wherever you get your podcast from, that, my friends, is where you will find our little show. Now, with all that said, it's time to get this party started. How about a little SEC update? Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows dough. Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo says in every client meeting that he has, the first question he asks, what are you thinking about when lying awake at 2 in the morning? That's what he wants to address. He sells peace of mind. Addressing problems that worry you is exactly what Bo Harris lives for, especially when it comes to your financial life. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you the SEC update. Couple of soccer games last night. Number 10 South Carolina bowled over Texas 5-1. Gamecocks are now 4-0-3 in league play. Texas falls to 1-6-0. Ooh, that's got to hurt Hester right where it counts. Yeah, he might not even go to Austin now. Tennessee and Oklahoma fought to a 0-0 tie. Today, ample games, matches, I should say. Number 6 Arkansas is at number 22 Georgia. That's at 5:30 p.m. on the SEC app. At 6 o'clock, number 12 Mississippi State at Florida on the app. Mizzou at number 21 Vanderbilt at 7 o'clock on the app. Auburn and Alabama, Iron Bowl, soccer style, 7 o'clock. App, 7 o'clock, Kentucky Ole Miss, app. And 7 o'clock on the app, A&M at LSU. And, of course, your weekend, 6 really interesting games in the league and football at the Red River Shootout. Steve Sarkisian and company are preparing for Oklahoma's John Mateer to play. He said they are 100% preparing. He said, we'll plan for Mateer. You have to. He's a dynamic player. He's the heartbeat of that offense for sure. Everything goes through them. How about a couple of Heisman hopefuls getting together when Alabama travels to Columbia to face Mizzou? The Crimson Tide have quarterback Ty Simpson, and Missouri has the leading ground gainer in all of college football, former UL Monroe running back Ahmad Hardy. Florida, fresh off their big win over the Texas Longhorns in the Swamp, they're trying to do another thing here. Can they make it I guess you'd call it a Texas two-step. Well, they're in College Station, taking on Texas A&M this weekend. It should be interesting. Georgia and Auburn get together. Auburn is 0-2 in league play, and Georgia has won the last 8 games in this series. South Carolina and LSU, only 21 meetings in history. And South Carolina has not beaten LSU in Death Valley in 31 years. Going back to 1994, an 18-17 decision in Baton Rouge. The only other win in Baton Rouge was 1930. I think Robert J. Wright called that game. And Arkansas and Tennessee get together. It's the Bobby Petrino Electric Boogaloo Break-In 2. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but I bet Tennessee fans are. Arkansas has won the last 4 games against the Vols. The Vols. They've only played 20 times in history. The streak, by the way, this 4-game winning streak, started in 2011 when Bobby Petrino was head coach of Arkansas. How you like them apples? I got her number. And that, my friends, is your SEC update. The SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management, the former Captain Shreve Gator, LSU Tiger, Cincinnati Bengal legend. Would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your financial and investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC, Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, You'll find them literally at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport, online at boharriswm.com, and on the phone 318-670-3101, 318-670-3101. Time now to put your hands together and say, how do you do, fair lady, to Rogers Hambone Hampton.
Hey, boy. Happy Friday, Tim Fletcher.
How you doing, bro?
I'm good. You know, these past few minutes, I've come to a big realization.
What is that?
You need to call Bo Harris, because that time you're wasting at 2:30 in the morning worrying about all that stuff, once he takes that away from you, then you're going to be left with, well, what do I do now at 2:30 in the morning?
Rest.
Well, you just said we downloaded the whole show. So
right.
Whatever you use as your favorite listening device, instead of worrying about that money at 2:30, just listen to the rebroadcast of one of the Tim Fletcher shows.
Okay, that makes
so
sense.
you win twice there. You're no longer worried about your money. You're not wasting your time at 2:30 in the morning worrying about something, because that is now taken care of.
Right.
So you're looking for something entertaining.
Right.
And that's where the Tim Fletcher show falls right into your audio lap.
Wow. Wow.
We weave it all together here on the Tim Fletcher show.
Really?
We weave everything together. We're like an Afghan that covers your ears.
See, these are things that I need to learn, Raj, cope with, deal with, and then move on. Raj, we're not going to have Hester here until his normal time, around 10 o'clock.
Around Monday.
He's really going to be late today.
He's really going to be late. And he may be pushing it for tonight.
Yeah.
It's time. Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland.
There you go.
It's coming your way tonight, and without Hester in the house with me tonight, the boosh will be loose.
Man, on a Friday night, a high school Friday night, the boosh is loose.
The boosh will be loose.
Oh, man.
Taking care of our first choice
Lock
personnel.
the doors, phone the
quarter.
neighbors, batten down the hatches. I mean, just, wow, DR loose on a Friday football frenzy. Man, things could get wild.
So I don't know if I need to call Nathan and ask for more money for first choice personnel scores on the quarter with a superstar like Rabouche doing them or not.
Man, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Morning, Ruben.
Because you're getting your money's worth with Adam.
Sure you are.
But the Boosh is legendary.
He's a legend.
I mean, if he kicks into count and direction, I don't know if the listeners are going to be able to contain themselves tonight.
Well,
it's going to go from
listeners
checking in with all the scouts at the games to, I want to know how much money's in the old kitty and which down and direction do I need to call. So you're going to have to keep Ruben's going to have to help you keep your hands on the reins tonight, because Darryl could run you right off that rail, man.
He could.
He likes to take that off ramp.
Oh, he does.
But some of the off ramps he takes, it's not a good ending.
It's not. A lot of good stuff happening in the world of sports, though. We'll get to that as the day rolls on. Of course, we've got your Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations beginning here in just a wee bit. NFL football from last night. And, of course, looking ahead, college football, another incredible weekend. Not so incredible for the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, who got absolutely boat raced, unfortunately, by Kennesaw State last night. Tech jumped out to a 7-0 lead, but that was it. 35-7. The Kennesaw State Owls out of Kennesaw, Georgia, win for the fourth time in a row. They're now 2-0 in Conference USA play. The Bulldogs fall to 2-1. Three different Bulldog quarterbacks could not really get anything going whatsoever. Kind of the, easily, I think, the most disappointing loss of the year for Louisiana Tech. But the good news is they've got a little while before they have to play again, because they don't play until like a Tuesday, not the next Tuesday, but like the following. They only have 3 games in October, and they get a lot of rest in between. So all is certainly not all lost with Louisiana Tech. It was just kind of just had a clunker, and we'll find out more about that on Tuesday when we visit with Sonny Cumbie on our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. Of course, Major League Baseball Division Series continued yesterday. The Cubs survived and forced a Game 5 against the Milwaukee Brewers. That'll take place tomorrow night in Milwaukee with a 6-0 win. And the Dodgers eliminated the Phillies yesterday with a 2-1 win in 11 innings when Orion Kerkering decided to just lose his mind on a ball hit back.
When he didn't get it cleanly, I was like, this is it.
That's it.
Because even, they're all talking about the errant throw. The throw wasn't going to beat him. That runner got there before the throw.
Right.
When he didn't field it cleanly, and that hesitation is what lost them the series and what ended their season.
Yep.
And I hate it for something like that. I mean, I'd rather the guy just go ahead and get a base knock and everybody's happy and you're jumping on him. I mean, this poor pitcher now all off season, just a routine back to the mound grounder that probably 9 times out of 10 he grabs those straight to the mound. It's a force out at home.
Well, and what JT Realmuto was trying to explain to the pitcher, the catcher for the Phillies, was like, hey, remember the runner was leading off and had already bolted for home on contact. Throw to first. Even after he had fumbled the ball, he still could have gotten Andy Pages at first base, but just panic set in. I mean, there's a still shot of Realmuto standing on the plate, but pointing to first as the pitcher, as Kerkering is gathering the ball up, and you still see Andy Pages in the frame, who was not even 40% of the way down the base path, and you see who was it? Kike Hernandez who scored, or Mookie? Who was it? I can't remember who scored.
I cannot remember.
Whoever it was that scored the winning run was already in the frame coming toward home.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
So it was one of those things where if he had just gathered it, and instead of wildly throwing home, if he had thrown to first, they'd have gone to the 12th inning because there were 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th.
Yeah, that little hitch in the giddy-up cost them their season.
Well, throwing home cost them their season.
Yeah, well, I mean, not picking it up cleanly. That was at that point right there. Is like his mind just went haywire.
Yeah, he did not know what.
Yeah, he panicked and he panicked. I get it.
6:17 the time. Of course, our little radio show is presented every day by the good folks over at Alsco and Alsco.com. Alsco, washroom supplies, laundry services, facility care, possibly you. 318-636-0404, Alsco.com. Thanks as well to our buddies over at Spell Brothers Lumber. Saw JP last night, John Salmons, at the Loyola game. SpellBrothersLumber.com. Of course, JP, a Louisiana Tech alum, bringing you Tech Tuesday with hot shot delivery service. There's a reason why people are flocking to Spell Brothers Lumber. Hot shot delivery service. They will deliver from Spell Brothers Lumber to your work site the lumber you've ordered, the windows, the doors, the hardware, whatever it is. They will get it there quickly and efficiently. And the other side of that coin is when the job is complete and you have some undamaged, unused material bought from Spell Brothers Lumber that's still sitting there, call Spell Brothers Lumber and say, hey, JP, I got this stuff here I didn't use. Can I bring it back? And they'll say, don't worry about it. We'll come pick it up. They will pick it up and then give you a store credit. Spell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, Louisiana. You can call ahead to get your order started, 318-747-1194. And, of course, you can hit them up online, spellbroslumber.com. Hambone and I hanging out here on the Early Riser Hour, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Been around since 1973, taking care of athletes' needs, coaches' needs, and officials' needs. It will be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Sports World 8809 Joella in Shreveport, Louisiana is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973 they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts. They've got the sunglasses. They got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
Get ready. Arena football is alive again. The Louisiana Rougarou are roaring into 2026 with a new identity, deep Louisiana pride, and a promise to light up the turf in Brookshire's Arena. From premium seats to gold seats, season tickets start at just $196, and your loyalty is rewarded all season long. This is your chance to be a part of the pack. Head over to LouisianaRougarou.com right now and grab your season tickets. Join the Rou Crew and get ready ready for a 2026 season that you don't want to miss.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm a plumber and needed to get work in the door.
So business was going down the drain?
Yeah, I went to Staples. They printed yard signs, business cards, even flyers to leave at supply stores.
But at what cost, man?
Well, I saved $125 on my order, and now I'm booked solid. Boom!
Back at ya. For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Our show also presented by Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com. First aid supplies. Uniforms. Linens. And more. Raj, last night, high school football aplenty. Parkway remained undefeated with a 48-43 win over Airline, scoring the winning points in the final 2 minutes. Braxton Black. 2 X's in Braxton, and that's how many touchdowns he had. Again, why don't I have a cool name like Braxton Black? That's awesome. Got the dumbest name in the world. I was at the Loyola Bossier game. Raj, that Loyola offense is a well-oiled machine. It's weird.
Was it at Loyola?
It was at Bossier.
Okay. Did they bring the mascot?
I don't know. I never saw the beagle.
That's pretty cool.
It is cool.
Yeah.
As always, though, gorgeous setting for football. You got casinos,
Yeah,
Skyline.
you've always said that, man. You've been
really
very
is nice.
consistent
And
with that.
Bossier High is such a nice place to watch football. But watching that offense, Bryce Restovich hit 17 of 19 passes, 317 yards, 6 touchdowns. Charlie McKenzie, Ty Walsworth, Brock Jeter, Jake Black all had touchdowns. Mason Drake ran for a score or two. That offensive line for Loyola doesn't allow anybody to get close to the Restovich kid.
Well, that's kind of a consistent theme no matter what level of competition you're at.
And so you throw in the fact that he's a talented kid.
Yeah.
He's got a really live arm. He one thing that I noticed, and I was talking to another dad last night, I was like, if you notice, he does things that you see the really good quarterbacks do, that he puts his receivers in a position to do something with the ball afterward. Either hits them well on the run, in stride, which is always it's still one of the prettiest things in sports, with a guy running across the middle, and if you can hit him in stride where he never has to break stride, or if he's running down the sideline and he never has to break stride.
Like Shaheed last week.
Yeah, like Rashid.
That was pretty. Caught it, and he was gone.
Caught it, and he was gone.
He's gone, man.
Because if you don't make the receiver have to twist, gyrate, and hesitate,
yep, you're right.
They're already open.
Momentum is already in,
right.
in
so
flux. Yeah.
And so the quarterback's job is to keep them open.
Yeah.
And another thing that kid does is he did it twice last night. And I don't know, this is something I could ask Sella or Coach Jeter, but last night 2 different times, Rogers, he threw it to a guy in the flat, like a little kind of in a little hook route, and the defender was on the inside of him. And both times, the Restovich kid threw it on the outside, so that the receiver, his body, following the path of the ball, shielded him from the guy defending him, and didn't lead him back right into a smack. In other words, if he was going to get tackled. It was going to be just dragged down.
Boom, boom, right there, yeah.
You know, something like that. But he also was given the momentum to carry the ball forward and out and around.
Yeah, if that kid missed the tackle, he had open room.
And there 2 times they broke a tackle. But I also, Rogers, would be remiss. A couple of things that I noticed.
Yeah.
It's the first game I've gone to in a while. You know.
Well, there's a reason.
Yeah, it's
kind of busy on Friday nights.
Busy on Friday nights, and Thursdays is just I'm so freaking.
People
tired.
don't understand the show prep it takes for all day Friday.
Right.
They really don't. And I don't mean that meanly. They don't understand the work that has to go in after the show on Thursday just to prepare for Friday.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on. They don't understand the correspondence you're getting in touch with, making sure this person's there. This is an away game this week. Well, now your correspondent's not going to that game. They only go to the home games.
Yeah.
Then you're having to track down somebody else. People do not understand that. You don't just walk in tonight and people are just calling you at will.
No.
Hey, Fletcher, I'm at this game. I thought you'd want to talk to me. It doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work like
You
that.
put a lot of hard work into it, and that's
try
why
to.
people like Robert J. Wright say it's the best live radio show, because it's in the moment and in spontaneous, and you can't let that happen if you're not prepared.
This is also true. That's very nice.
If you don't have the P's and Q's all I's dotted, T's crossed,
right,
then that live effect of just seeing what happens live doesn't happen as spontaneously,
Right.
because you're so worried about the base of your conversation that you're not allowed the spontaneity of it all. So that's what makes it so stinking cool.
It's fun.
Man.
It's fun.
That's
you,
what
Rob.
makes it the frenzy. That's why it's called the frenzy.
But 2 things that stood out as well, in addition to that well-oiled Loyola offensive machine. A, the officiating crew last night was really, really good.
Oh, was it a month?
Really good. Those local crew.
Oh, good deal.
Yeah.
Good. That's good to hear.
And it's actually.
Oh, man, you saw me tense up.
I noticed.
Every time we bring up officials, it's never usually good.
Right.
You saw me tense up.
I looked down there and I was like, wait a minute. That's my former brother-in-law's brother, old Mike Ogletree. And
What
his
does
crew.
that make me?
Well, absolutely nothing. But there was like one call early in the game that I know that the Loyola coaching staff was a little like, huh? And I was even like, huh? 'Cause there was a spot that was a little odd. And there was maybe a holding call that I could see. You know, I was sitting with EH and his wife and their moms and everything on the Loyola side.
Wow.
And so I was behind the Loyola bench, you know, so we got to see their reactions. I didn't see Gary Smith and his coach's reaction from where we were. But there was like one call over there by the bench that I was like, oh, yeah, I guess they probably could have called a hold. But outside of that, I'm like, these guys really called a very good game.
Clean game?
Clean game. And
Wow.
there wasn't a whole lot of penalties. I mean, there was one play where there were 4 penalties on one play. It was a hit out of bounds, and everybody got their flags in.
Oh, okay.
Like, I want to throw one too. But outside of
I'm not
that,
going to be able to do this all night. I'm getting mine in.
when I say that, and Satman talks about how the officials last night at the game that he was at were terrible, he said.
Wow.
And just like giving the other team almost a yard on every measurement, like on the spot, like would just add a yard to the other team's gain.
Kick a buck. Kick a buck.
And I was like, well, you know, that stinks if that did happen, but I'm just telling you, the crew that
You
I
saw
saw
a
last
clean
night,
one, okay.
I was like, wow, if every high school football game had this kind of officiating,
wow,
there would be very little room for coaches to complain too much
And
about.
no chippiness?
No, not. As a matter of fact,
good competition.
buddy. Hambone, those kids were knocking the snot out of each other. Both Bossier and Loyola
You could hear the
are not
pop.
afraid of pops.
You could hear the pop.
I
Oh,
tell you
man.
what, what's the
Woo, it gives me goosebumps.
so 3 things. I was going to say 2 things. 3 more things.
Let's make it 3. Come on.
3 more things.
Come on.
The Haughton kid,
Yeah.
Rodney Haughton, is
Did
a
he hear a
good
who?
dude. Rodney's a good dude. Shreveport cop, known
Yeah.
Rodney for a long time. His
Yeah.
son, linebacker for Loyola, number
We
44.
saw him at the GeekCon, didn't we?
We did.
Okay.
Number
All right.
44. If you go to a Loyola game, if you watch 44, that sucker never stops
That's a
moving.
good number, buddy.
He goes sideline to sideline and tries everything. He tries to absolutely run through the ball carrier every single time. Him and the Lewis kid, number 13, for Bossier, Montreville Lewis. Rogers,
Yeah.
that kid is worth the price of admission right there.
Wow, that's
Bossier quarterback, Montreville Lewis.
Okay.
And I know that they're going got some growing pains at Bossier, right?
Yeah.
They're 3-3 now. That kid had the best run I have seen in a football game this year. Last night, Rogers. It was kind of toward the midway through the fourth quarter. The game was already in hand. Loyola won 56-26, I think. It was the last touchdown of the night for Bossier. It was 49-20, I think, at the time. Montreville Lewis went back to pass. He's a quarterback for Bossier. It was flushed out of the pocket. The Haughton kid flushed him out of the pocket. 2 or 3 Loyola kids, smacked him. Hit him so hard that both the Loyola kids landed on the ground, and one just kind of was like, I'm done. I'm just going to stay here because he got hit so hard by all 3 of them coming together. The Lewis kid spins out of that, starts going down the sideline, gets hit again, spins out of that, has one guy grab him around the shoulders and the neck. He ducks down and kind of spins and shucks him off, and then kind of does another spin and then runs into the end zone. I'm like, he broke 5 tackles. And we're talking about a good tackling team that had their shots on him. I was like, that is just nuts. And the kid is still learning, and I know he's got Jeff Harper out there to help him with the quarterbacking stuff. So
that helps.
You know he's going to be a really better thrower of the football here very, very soon. And every week is probably getting better and better and better, Gary, and Harper could probably tell you that. But you watch that kid, and you tell me, Rogers, I think he's a sophomore.
Oh, wow.
If you watch him and don't see a superstar in the making, I don't know what you're watching, because I watched that kid, and I'm like, he is something. He ran, I bet he ran 1,000 yards last night. This way, that way, all the way around. It was just really an entertaining game. Bossier had nothing to hang their heads about. Loyola's offense, it's like what Airlines' offense was like last year when they had Ben Taylor and had all that good stuff going on.
That's hard to stop.
And it's just hard to stop.
Yeah.
You protect the quarterback, and he's a good quarterback, and the rest of his kid is a really good quarterback.
Especially at that level.
Buddy.
Oh, man.
And you've got 4 kids out on pass routes that are all sticky-handed. Didn't see a kid drop a pass last night at all. And the Bossier wide receivers did a nice job. That's one thing that Montreville, a couple of times when he throws it toward the sideline, the ball tends to kind of sail on him a little bit. So his receivers are leaping up 30, 40 inches in the air, to make these catches, and they know they're going to get popped. And those suckers went up and got it every time. I was just really impressed by how hard Loyola kids played, how hard the Bossier kids played, how well coached both teams were, and how well officiated. I was like, I know this was a lopsided game, and the Parkway Airline game was down to the wire, crazy finish, would have been a blast, all that good stuff. I was really glad I went to that to get it up close and personal, and it was just fun stuff. So thanks to EH and Holly for inviting me. Had a good time. And Bossier, you did a good job. It's a great place to go watch high school football. Our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations get underway here in just a second. Going to talk to Rodney Guin. And Ed in San Marcos brings us up. Yep, saw that. It says, speaking of Loyola, Sister Jean of Loyola, Chicago passed away. Amazing in such a long life. She only saw 1 Cubs World Series win. A reminder that miracles do happen. That's true. Of course, she was the face of college basketball during the Loyola Ramblers run in the NCAA tournament. So, yes, rest in peace, Sister Jean, at 106 years old. We've got your LSU update. Rodney Guin on the way. Early riser portion of the show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. And Alsco, bringing you this, presenting our show every day. Alsco.com. Back right after this. Look alive, Stu Prunes. Coach McCoacherson here for Sports World, letting you know whatever football equipment you need right now, they got it for you at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been taking care of football players for 50 years. 50 years! Do you know how hard it is to find a 50-year-old football player right now? They can find one for you at Sports World. Looking for a chin strap? They got it. Need some shoelaces? They got it. You need some Gatorade gum? They still make that? I think they got it. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas, next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport-Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry.
When is the last time you literally heard someone say, man, there's nothing like this place, and thought, I bet there's something like this place? Dude, there's nothing like chasing aces at all. From the home run dugout to the putting zone to the driving base and the par 3, they've got something for everybody. ChasingAces.golf.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show Early Riser portion brought to you by Sports World. Get your Letterman jacket orders in by today with the patches if you want it by Christmas. If you want a Letterman jacket without the patches, you still have until October 31st. Our show presented by Alsco at alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Alsco for facility care, floor care, and first aid services. Trust Alsco. 318-636-0404. Time now for your River Cities Lighting LSU update. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. They've got light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. Brian Kelly, coach's show last night, says that Caden Durham, he liked what he saw on Thursday. He was sticking his foot in the ground, making explosive cuts. Calls that a good sign heading into Saturday. And Ahmad Bro is also probable, the former Ruston Bearcat. Wide receiver Aaron Anderson has steadily gotten better each week. Reached 19.5 miles per hour in practice Thursday, which puts him above 85%, allowed him to fully participate. Kelly called him day-to-day, said they'll monitor how he cuts again on Friday. Left guard Paul Mabinga remains doubtful. And there was no mention of Garrett Nussmeier's health during the press conference. So if Mabinga can't play, Kelly said that Cohen Eccles has taken most of the reps there. The staff has a lot of confidence in him. Carius Kearney is also repping at the position. And if Mabinga, who Kelly called doubtful, can't go, those two would handle the rotation. This is from dandydon.com. Kelly said, we've repped them both, and they're both ready to play. LSU versus South Carolina tomorrow night, 6:45 in Death Valley. Pregame at 4:45. Right here on 1130 The Tiger with former Loyola Flyer Hunt Palmer taking care of the reins. And at 6:30, of course, 6:40-ish, they hand it off to Chris Blair in the broadcast booth with our old pal and former Evangel Eagle and LSU star Jacob Hester. And then after the game is over, back they go to the former Flyer, good old Hunt Palmer, Rusty's boy. Going to take care of the postgame as well. Your home for LSU sports, right here, 1130 The Tiger, and your home for the LSU updates comes at you courtesy of River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana, rivercitieslighting.com. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. A little late, probably got a little long-winded earlier. I apologize for that. One of our favorite fellows in the whole wide world. Just a good man who does a really good job at his job, and that's coaching kids to be their best. Calvary head coach Rodney Guin. Good morning, Rodney. How the heck are you, sir?
Morning, Fletch.
How's life in the Rodney Guin world right now, halfway through the regular season with only 4 or 5 more games to go?
Well, life's good, you know. This early morning slot's not good on fall break, though. It works out good when I'm driving to school, but these fall break mornings, you know, it's I don't know, it doesn't work out real good. But anyway, other than that, we're good.
That's fantastic. Well, last week took care of business against Magnolia School of Excellence. I'm sure that the main gist of that was to win and get some good reps and also get some kids that don't get a whole lot of playing time, some playing time, and I assume that you were able to cross those T's and dot those I's from last week, Rodney.
Yeah, we did. We got the game in hand, and actually, some of those games you don't get to play as many people as you want because the clock runs, and you only get the ball a couple times in the half. So, but yeah, we got a lot of kids in, and I think most of them got to play a little bit. And just I was telling somebody this week, those Magnolia kids, I tell you what, it's almost fun to watch them because they enjoy playing. They're patting each other on the butt and congratulating each other every tackle, and and I think they know the deck's stacked against them just about every week. But I'll tell you what, I never saw one of them go off the field or do anything negative attitude toward anything. And they're over there with 22 kids dressed out, and so it's kind of fun to watch them really because they and I'll tell you, they got 2 or 3 kids on that team that can play for a lot of teams around here. They just don't have the numbers to match up right now.
Right, and that's just the thing they've been battling since they started, Rodney. Just can't quite get that magic number. What is it? You've seen some things in your time. Feels to me that if you get 30, 32 kids, you're able to kind of get everything in. That's kind of Haynesville will operate 35, 40 kids or whatever, and they're able to get all the stuff in that you need to be able to prep a team for a full season of football. Anything below 28, 30 just feels like you're just biding time until one injury just kind of wrecks you.
Yeah, it's most of the teams in our division, they're going to have, from 30 to 45.
Right.
That's kind of what most of the teams have. And you'll have some like Oak Grove's got about 90 of them dressed out, but they're not the normal, school. But, yeah, most of them, you can get 35 out there and 1A, 2A, even 3A football, you can generally do, compete pretty well.
Rodney Guin joining us, head coach of the Calvary Cavaliers tonight, taking on a Homer squad that is struggling right now. And I know that Richie has talked about this. They've had some injuries. They've got a lot of young kids. This is a team that won a state championship just a handful of years ago, played for another, right back in it, the mix again, I think, the following year. What's the difference, you think, when you look at the tape of this Homer squad versus the one, say, 2-3 years ago? Is it just numbers and youth?
Yeah, their numbers are down a little bit too, but he's had a lot of kids hurt. And, I think tonight we'll see basically the Homer team that played against Haughton in week 1. And they were a lot better than the Homer team that's played the last 3 weeks. And, 2 of those, and, they're like a lot of teams we play. They lose 3 players, are really losing 6 because they play both ways. And so it's been difficult for them. But I know the receivers are coming back tonight, and one of them is very, very talented. So, just him alone is going to be their best DB and best receiver they have out there. And, Richie does. He's one of the best young coaches around here. He does a great job. And so, we expect them to be back full strength tonight. And like I said, they beat Haughton in that week 1 game, and and I thought they looked really, really good that night. And so, we're expecting them back, full strength, ready to go.
Rodney, when you talk about the young coaches, is that something that just kind of comes natural for you to just kind of look at the coaching job that some of the guys that you may not even face, like our fellow that we're getting ready to talk to whenever we finish our conversation with you, Travis Gary, his first year over at Red River. At your old place, Matthew Sewell, in just his second year. You've known Matthew since he was probably born, for Pete's sake. It does seem like that there's some good young coaches out there that are trying to do it the right way. I know Nick had to suffer the forfeit loss, but his Green Oaks team seem to be really in the mix every single week. They're playing somebody hard. And what Gary Cooper's done at BTW is really impressive. Just what is it about, do you think, that these coaches are doing nowadays that for old guys like myself, it just feels kind of nice that we still have you, we still have Dennis, we still have Spencer, and these guys that have been doing it a long time. But it's nice to see that the fresh blood, the new blood, is also doing a really nice job of getting these kids prepared. Do you ever think about things like that, about, at one point you're going to leave this profession and you hope that it's in good hands, and it sure feels like that it is in pretty good hands.
Yeah, our area is in great hands. I'm telling you, there's some very, very good young coaches. And, they work very hard. They're very innovative in what they do, which really helps even guys like me, because you have to change to keep up. And, so fortunately for me, I got young guys working for me too, so they kind of do the same thing. But, yeah, there's some good young ones out there, and sometimes I think some of these guys are tied to their hometown, like Richie. I mean, he's a Homer guy, and Kevin's a Logansport guy. And, sometimes I think, boy, what would Kevin McGee do with the resources at a big 5A school?
Right.
And all that. And Richie the same way. But they love their hometown, and it means something to them to coach there. So they may not ever do that, but yeah, man, we're good. That there is a boatload of that, 28 to 40 age group, and which some of those guys aren't that young, but when you compare them to me and you, they're pretty young. So but yeah, it's exciting to watch. I like watching them and watching them succeed, and it's fun to watch.
It is, and I just last night, seeing your old pal Gary Smith, what he's got Bossier doing, and he's got a good one in that Lewis kid, Rodney. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that kid play, but he is super talented. And seeing John Sella with Loyola, what they do out there is just. It's fun, man. It really is. And I think that sometimes I do kind of get the old, man, when Rodney and Dennis and Spencer and, man, if McGee leaves, John Ware and Ballew, yeah. Like, whoa, what's left over? Then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, there are some guys coming through here that are really, really capable and have their kids' interests at heart. So that's good stuff. Rodney, of course, every time we visit with you, got Homer tonight at their place. Calvary blowing and going, only one blemish so far on the mark, and that's a really fun game against Neville earlier this season. Kind of taught everybody a little bit of something. But, of course, we like asking you about Dak. They had a pretty easy go of it against the Jets this past weekend. And I was like, has anyone else noticed that Dak is playing as well as any quarterback in the league, or is it just me and my, Haughton tinted glasses or what? But it sure feels like that I'm watching one of the best three quarterbacks in the league when I watch Dak play. I'm not nuts thinking that, am I, Rodney? You see the same thing I see?
Yeah, up to this point, definitely. They're playing really, really well. As good on offense as I've seen them play in a few years. And with a patchwork offensive line too, really. Those guys are just doing a great job, and they got to win. We talked about this last week. They got to win the games they can win right now, because they got a tough stretch coming up. With some very, very good teams in there. So, this week's the same way. They got to win this game. It's a winnable game, and heck, I think they're favored by a little bit the last time I looked. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's playing really well. He's running the ball well. Throwing the ball just seems like he's got twice the zip on the ball for some reason.
Right.
I don't know what it is, but
I said that Monday, Rodney. I was like, it looks like Dak. This is like 29-year-old Dak throwing the football. It's got that kind of zip on it, and I don't know if he's just invigorated. Maybe it's the coaching change, or maybe he likes the play calling. Maybe it suits him better. But for a guy that had, as you said, a patchwork offensive line, 4 offensive linemen that are not starters were his offensive linemen last week, and he doesn't have the best player on the team in C.D. Lamb, and Turpin was out, and he still lit them all up. And so I don't know. He just it may be premature, but I guess people talk about this kind of stuff. If he's not at least in the MVP consideration and conversation with Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen, I don't know what people are watching, because he's playing as good as any quarterback in the league right now.
Yeah, he is. And it's funny to watch a lot of the guys, like some of them guys on ESPN that are always so negative.
Right.
They're even having to be positive right now.
They are.
And, that's the funny thing watching them, because they never have a good thing to say. And and this year, they're having to throw in even some compliments there. And, but yeah, it's fun to watch. And like I said, he's moving around. He looks so much better, too. I'm like you. He looks 10 years younger than he did. I don't know what it is, but I need to find that drug, whatever it is.
Maybe
Give
so.
me some of that. So
maybe it's fatherhood.
It could be.
Maybe he's not happy. Yeah, if that doesn't get your mind right, I don't know what will. But it is fun watching him. And as a non-Cowboy fan but wanted to see Dak do well, it is like, I'm getting to see Dak play well. And unfortunately, the Cowboys are also, not too shabby. Taking on Carolina this week, and Saints fans have got to root for the Cowboys this week because we need everybody in the NFC South to keep on losing. So go, Dak, go. All right, Rodney Guin, head coach of the Calvary Cavaliers. He will have his charges right there in Homer, Louisiana tonight with a drive deep into the heart of Claiborne Parish. Rodney, safe travels for you and yours and the boys, and hope they play hard to get out of this thing nice and healthy.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Rodney Guin. Back to bed he goes a bit. 6:51 the time. Our coaches' conversations are brought to you by the really good guys over at Skent-N-Dent. I mean, they are really good guys. They love Mudbugs hockey. They love high school football. They love football. They love the Saints. They love making great deals on slightly blemished, possibly maybe a dent. Can't really see the dent. They love this stuff. Skent-N-Dent, bringing you our high school coaches conversations. And we head to Red River when we come back. Our show presented by Alsco. And we are in the cleanup hour brought to you by, the early riser hour brought to you by Sports World. Back right after this.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
An accident can change everything in a moment. When you're left hurt and unsure what to do next, you need someone local who will stand up for you. I'm Kyle McCotter, your personal injury lawyer, and I've been helping local families for over a decade. Call 318-752-3335 for a free consultation where I'll go over your options and fight for the compensation you deserve. Call me, Kyle McCotter, at 318-752-3335. Local, experienced, and ready to go to battle for you. Office in Bossier City, LA file number 2519238.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See Ya Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person with whom you made the deal. Additional terms apply.
Macy's Star Deals Week is back. It's one incredible week packed with epic savings on the best fall styles. That means luxurious 100% cashmere sweaters are now just $79.99. The latest beauty from Shiseido, Mac & More, $30 off every $150 you spend. Plus, exclusive online-only daily flash deals and so much more. It's the one week you really can't miss. Macy's Star Deals Week is going on now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fletcher Show. Rogers, Hampton. On this lovely day, 6:54, Friday the 10th. Early Riser brought to you by Sports World. Get your Letterman jacket orders in today if you want the patches on there as well. They will be ready by Christmas. And if you just want the Letterman jacket by itself, you can wait until October 31st. That's the deadline for just the Letterman jacket orders. So giddy up. I think I've got a sneeze, Raj, but no, maybe it's going away. Went away. Our show presented by Alsco, alsco.com. And a reminder, at Porter's Cleaners, get your dry cleaning dropped off by 9 this morning. It'll be ready for you by 5. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Red River Bulldogs, it's good old Travis Gary, or good young Travis Gary. Hey, Travis, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I tell you what, saw the score last week. It just felt horrible. Taking a 5A school to the max. I don't care what their record is or who it is. They've got 1,700 kids or whatever at a school to choose from for a football team, and the Red River Bulldogs were right there till the very end. in a 41-40 loss. So just kind of curious, Travis, how did the final moments of the game go, and did the Red River Bulldogs have a shot there at the end?
Well, at the end, we kind of didn't give ourselves a chance in the final stretch. I think on our last drive, we got the ball with only like 13 seconds left. So we didn't give ourselves a chance on that final stretch. But I said we played kind of slow in the first half, and then that's how they got the big jump on us in points. And then in the second half, the only 2 touchdowns came on special teams. So they blocked the punt and scored, then they returned the punt. That was the only 2 touchdowns in the second half. So, and it's just the small things. If we take one step in the right direction, we win the game because we prevent the block on the punt. And if we make one tackle on the punt return for a touchdown, we win the game. And even offensively, if we catch one or two more passes, we win the game. So it's just the smallest details that keep coming back and getting us. So we just gotta understand, and this is our guys' first time, like this whole season. They've never been in games like this. Until this season. They're used to losing by 30 or winning by 30. So these close games, they are learning that the smallest details really matter in every game. And I told this group that in the beginning of the year, y'all the pioneer group. Y'all going to go through all the hard stuff, and then everybody behind you going to already been through it. So they're going to know what it takes, and they're going to understand about the small details. But y'all got to go through the learning curve. So hopefully we learning. It's just a matter of being able to make that one small play when you need it.
That's interesting, and you're right. You know, when you look back over the history of Red River here these last few years, you know, it's either been blowout city or taking on a bigger team and, you know, bigger school, and they kind of take care of business. But, yeah, the 3 losses so far for Red River this year, Catholic Point Capay, a really good team, lost 26-24. Lost by a touchdown against a really good Oak Grove squad. And then you lose to a 5A Pineville, 41-40. So just – and I wonder, you know, here you are, Travis, a 27-year-old first-time head coach. You got your pops on there. You got, you know, Coach Bach to help out and other coaches as well to kind of help you get through this. But how are you handling it as a first-year coach to have 3 losses so close? Because I could assume it could drive you crazy just going back over the what-ifs and shoulda, woulda, couldas.
Yeah, Friday night was kind of rough. I was up a long time Friday trying to figure out, like, nah, this stuff. It's normally third time's the charm, but like this the third time, like what's going on? That we getting these close games, we getting these situations, and it's like we can't finish it. So that kept me up for a while. But then the more I thought about it, and I just had to think back to what I've been telling them, like we all learned. This is all of our first time really going through situations like this. So we are all learning. There are mistakes that I've made. There are mistakes that pretty much a lot of the coaching staff has made. There are mistakes the kids have made because this is our first time being in these types of situations. So that's what I just had to realize. It's a learning curve for everybody because this is everybody's first year in this situation. So we're all learning. And like I said, if we're losing by 1, by 2, by a touchdown, we're headed in the right direction because we putting our guys in the right place. We're coming up with the right game plan. We just have to learn to make the small decisions, the small plays, the right steps, one tackle, one kick, and one different play call a timeout at a different time. We're learning the small things right now. So we got the scheme and everything together. It's just the small things that we still trying to put together.
That makes so much sense. And, you know, the only way you ever figure out how to do that, Travis, is experience. You know, you go to a game and you finally get it done the way you want to and go, oh, yeah, that's how we do it. And maybe that happens tonight. It's a rivalry game. I mean, we talk all the time about how North Webster and Haynesville and, you know, the Soul Bowl with Green Oaks and BTW, Byrd and Shreve and all that good stuff. This Red River Mansfield game kind of gets lost in the shuffle of really fun rivalry games. There's 20 miles between Mansfield and Coshada, if that?
Yep. 20 miles.
And so I'm sure that there's a lot of your boys that know a lot of their boys, and I'm sure your kids are quite familiar with Terrell Pegues and all that fun stuff. How do you kind of get your kids on a fall break, on a rivalry week on a fall break, so you don't have all the students kind of buzzing around all the time and stuff? Are the kids fired up tonight? Do they understand that they got an opportunity here at home versus Mansfield to really kind of set things in motion with the first district game of the season? All those 3 close losses could be forgotten about with a win tonight. They're aware of that, right?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. They're aware of what's at stake. And like I told them, we headed into the new season. So it's a 0-0. So and they understand that. So, and I think they're fired up. I wouldn't say it's because it is Mansfield, we are fired up about it because we see them a lot. We do 7-on-7s with them. They see the same kids in football, baseball, basketball, track. So they've been seeing these same guys for forever. So, like I said, it's the factor of knowing them, but also I think our guys are itching for that close game, that win, that signature, like we made this play and got this win. Like those 3 losses so close, I think they're going to help us so much more in the back end because they still hungry to figure it out. Like, what do we need to do to get this win? Like, we got to put a whole game together and get this kind of win. So they're fired up. Like, I think losing by 1 point, it'll do something to you. It'll make you come out with your hair a little more on fire.
I think you're right, buddy, and I have a feeling that those Red River Bulldogs are going to need some fire extinguishers, buddy, because it's going to be smoking under those helmets. And what better place to do it than in beautiful Coshada at the wonderful facility there and taking on a really good Mansfield team. Man, these guys are good, Travis, and that Pegues kid I know that Jamarcier Plater gets a lot of attention here in the city for being as good as he is, and he's really good. And I know that the Maxie kid, the Deer kid, the Drake kid at Loyola, the Byrd kids, the Pegues kid may be as good or better than any of them. What's your thoughts on him real quick?
Oh, he's a ball player. He's one that he can hit his head on the goalpost at any time. And he's a heck of an athlete. So, like I said, he's a football player. But I'll say, too, and me growing up being from a small town, I understand the situation and I understand how it all works. But in small areas like Mansfield and even us, like we have a kid who nobody really knows, and he may be just as good as all of those guys, and he's only a sophomore. So that's what I tell our guys. Being from a small area, you got to do everything right and pretty much almost break every record if you can, and that'll just get somebody to know your name. So
now, are we talking about the Malik Smith kid? Or
no,
who?
Malik is a senior.
Okay, Malik.
I said he's starting to get a little buzz, but we have a kid named Lathan Lewis.
Lathan
He's
Lewis,
a sophomore.
there you go. Yeah, that's right. He had like 13 catches for 192 yards a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I said he's a sophomore, and he's still finding his way, but he's gonna be another really good one. That, like I said, being in a small area, like that's like a Terrell Pegues kid.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows until your senior year versus anywhere else. These guys get a lot of buzz early, so that's one thing we got to start working on. Being in a smaller areas, trying to get our guys out there on a bigger platform for people to see.
Well, we're going to try to make sure we help you out there, buddy. And anytime we get a chance, if Lathan Lewis does something, we want to light it up as well. Lathan Lewis and the fine folks. Malik Smith, the senior quarterback, threw for 365 yards in that loss to Oak Grove, played his butt off in that game. They're going to try to get it going again tonight. It's Mansfield versus the Red River Bulldogs in Coshada. Go by and see Miss Shelley or CK or Fosto's or York Chop or Bailey's and enjoy yourself in Coshada. You can stop at Nichols. They probably got some seats to put on the aluminum seats there to keep your hiney from getting sore. All kind of fun stuff. It's high school football in Coshada tonight. Travis, hope your boys play as hard as possible and look forward to keeping up with this game all night long.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
You bet. There's another one of those young coaches, Rod, that you can just tell he's got something going on down there. 7:05 the time. We wrap up our early riser portion of the show, brought to you by Sports World. We have more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations coming. Jeremy Wilburn, Captain Shreve, huge win last week, and they got a big one tonight as well. We'll get to that. Our show presented by Alsco as we move into the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. Thank you as well to our fine friends over at Bowman Asphalt. Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big. If you can walk on it, park on it, build on it, or drive over it, Bowman Asphalt can take care of it for you. BowmanAsphalt.biz, 742-8100. 56 years in the biz, 4 generations. No job too big, no job too small. If it has anything to do with smoothing, grading, paving, or asphalting, get in touch with Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big, 742-8100. And we'll be back right after this.
Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely.
Shin
Boil them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade, sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton here, 7:08 the time. Our little radio show is presented every day by Alsco and Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Washroom supplies, facility care, linens, and more. The Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour is underway right now. Fuzzy's opens in 52 minutes. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. That's the way to go. Time now for an SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you and discuss your investment game plans. Life without a plan can turn into chaos, especially if we're talking about your financial plans. Having a financial investment plan with a trusted financial advisor is a smart practice to help you be prepared later in life. Bringing you this SEC update. Of course, the SEC chock full of action for the weekend coming up. It all gets started with Alabama and Mizzou at 11 a.m. Now, Ole Miss plays Washington State, so they're kind of out of the mix. So Lane Kiffin, probably won't hear from him. Oh, wait, I'll take that back. Lane Kiffin has weighed in on Auburn, deciding to move a 2026 game with Baylor from Jordan-Hare to Atlanta. That's right, they've taken one of their 5 home games or whatever and are moving it to Atlanta. And the reason they're doing it, John Cohen, the athletic director at Auburn, says they're doing it for name, image, likeness opportunities. And the revenue that it's going to create is going to go towards name, image, likeness for student athletes. Lane Kiffin said, I like our home games for our fans. They get to come, and it does a lot for our community and our town with all the people that come into town for the home game, so I wouldn't want to take that away from our fans and our community. Name, image, likeness dollars isn't the answer to everything, Auburn has a lot of them over there, so I prefer that situation to keep supporting our community and our town and our university that's been so great for us. So, not affecting him, but he weighs in because he's Lane Kiffin. And that's your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a former Shreve Gator, LSU Tiger, Cincinnati Bengal, who would love to have a sit-down interview with you, a cup of coffee, to talk about your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the red-hot Captain Shreve Gators, it's Jeremy Wilburn. Good morning, Jeremy. How you doing?
Oh, doing fine, man. Nice little break with the kids at the house this week, so been a good week.
I bet it has been a nice week. You kind of forget about that. You get to be, a lot of these coaches on fall break, they get to be dad for a week, more than they usually are during this part of the year. So I get that. I enjoy being a dad even to this day. So, yeah, I know what you mean. 4 wins in a row, but none bigger than last week. A 66-56 takedown of the Airline Vikings. Jamarcier played lights out. Gaskin played lights out. Lockett played a really good game. Chris Hill played a good game. Who didn't play well for you last week? I think it's probably harder to find those kids than it is to find the ones that did, because you can almost say just about everybody that wore green and gold played pretty well.
Yeah, we took some steps last week, consistency-wise, with some of the young guys. I think that's what helped them play up to their capabilities. We just got some of those guys that are learning some different ebbs and flows of how the games work, how different things in front of them look, and how to react to them. And as they kind of picked up and got into a little comfort zone there in the first quarter, I think some of the older guys started settling in and started playing up to what we're used to seeing from them. So it was really nothing out of the ordinary for the coaches that have been around these guys, but it's some of the young guys starting to just do their job and not try to do too much. And I think that's kind of where we got to that point about middle of the second quarter there, and it started clicking for us. So,
yeah, for those that don't remember or are not familiar, Airline had a 20-3 lead, 20-10, 27-17, 30 seconds into the third quarter. Airline had a 34-24 lead just about halfway through the third quarter. From that point forward, the Captain Shreve Gators outscored the Airline Vikings 42-22. What was that second half? What really turned the tide?
I don't really know the exact answer to that. I would probably say there's a couple factors. One of them being that we run the football well, we stick with it, and we really try to make a defense play the entire length of the field, both vertically and horizontally. I think when you do that over a period of time, the arm tackles become more prevalent, and the legs getting tired become more prevalent, and we're able to really rotate a couple of guys in there at different spots. When we had so many guys touch the ball last week, and that's kind of our plan every week. It just didn't always come to fruition, and I think that last week some of the things kind of hit the way they're supposed to hit and connected the way they're supposed to connect. And when you do that and you get fresh bodies attacking it, it can put a lot of stress on defense. I think that's probably just the brunt of all that together combined probably is what got to that point. I didn't even realize that had happened. I knew the points were swayed in our direction those last 2 or 3 quarters, but I didn't realize it was a 40 to whatever it was sweep there in the third. So
yeah, that was it was a decided run there that you guys went on in that second half. Plater is one of the best running backs that the city has had in many years. He's now the all-time leading rusher at Captain Shreve. I don't know what more superlatives you can heap on him to make people understand how good this young man is at what he does. He also had 3 catches for 113 yards. What is the aspect of his game that has kind of taken a step up this year?
Pass protection, doing things without the football. Which a lot of guys, you don't keep those statistics very often. We do, but outside sources don't keep those statistics very often. But it's it's all the stuff without the ball. Not challenging with that in the offseason, with just, when you start getting into the D1 running back stuff, and those Power 5 level guys and guys that end up going to the NFL, unless you're just an absolute freak talent show, I mean, you got to be able to, pick up a pass protection, understand protections, catch the ball to the backfield, run the ball in the middle in the A gap and B gap area, and also get it outside and run outside. And you kind of got to be able to do all the things, unless you just want to be a kind of one trick pony, whether it's a third down back or a power back. If you want to be out there for the majority of the game, you need to be able to do it all. So he's kind of added that to his toolbox over the off season, just learning kind of the general mentality of a protection. And then now when we talk about it in film, he's asking, well, coach, if we did this and this got blitzed here, do we want to check this, pick this up? Am I picking it up? We sliding to it? How are we? Just kind of going through that mental process, and it's going to help him a lot when he gets to the next level. Just be ready to get on the field quicker.
Tonight, of course, the Captain Shreve Gators make the trip over here to our neck of the woods at the radio station, just down the road from Evangel on Broad Acres. A fun matchup. We all know about the weapons that Evangel possesses, including one of the top high school quarterbacks in the class of 2027 in Peyton Pop Houston. You got one of the best running backs around in the class of 2026, and your quarterback, Jackson Gaskin, seems like he is getting better and better every week as well. Last year, of course, it was the classic, the 77-76 game, overtime game. It was overtime, wasn't it? Yeah, 77-76 overtime game that generated a whole lot of interest and a whole lot of attention for really good reasons, and I'm sure there were some folks who were like, where's the defense? But, I get it. Hard to believe that's been a year ago, but here we are, and you get a chance to see if y'all can take them down twice in a row. This Evangel team seems to kind of be clicking on all cylinders. You're clicking on all cylinders at Shreve. How do you see this thing kind of playing out tonight?
I mean, they're super talented. They got the best quarterback in the country, and multiple guys committed to play D1 ball, and rightfully so. They got some super talented kids. We're going to play well. We're going to maintain possession of the ball and run it and keep it away from them for a little while, and then hopefully execute a play here and there where we can put some points on the board ourselves and see if we can keep up in that track meet with them. I mean, they're as good as it gets as far as offensive scoring, and they've got the Dawson kid and Drake on defense that are playing really well right now, and both of them are going to go play college ball. I mean, they've got their fair share of talent over there. They've compiled, so it'll be a tough task for us. We'll get out there and see what we got and see where we line up against it. But
Rogers just reminded me. I didn't realize it. It's homecoming at Evangel. Have you ever experienced a homecoming at Evangel, Jeremy?
Which part of the actual homecoming itself? The '96 homecoming queens?
Yes. Were you a member of the court? No. Have you ever been on a team that either played at an Evangel homecoming or been on a coaching staff at a game? Where
I've heard horror stories.
It's a long deal. So it's a lot longer than typical halftime. So how do you plan ahead for that? Because there's probably going to be, a 30-minute halftime? So that's different. Do you plan differently for that?
Yeah. I mean, we've kind of had some conversations about how to handle it and what we're going to do with our kids. And, there's only so much planning you can do before you have to sit there and just get cold and tight again.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of part of the process of, when you get one of those lightning hits in the middle of the game, and you got to go sit in there and wait for another 30 minutes. You just kind of got to stare at the clock. I mean, it's a matter of we'll go in there and kind of go through our normal halftime routine, and then have some stuff on the back end that we've kind of added to it in preparation for that extended halftime that we don't normally have. So, we'll try to use it to our benefit, see if we can't turn it into a positive and use it for some kind of plus at the end of the day.
My buddy Roy Lang had a nice article on you and your crew, your family crew, as well as your Gator crew earlier this week after his Lang's Locks had you guys as a 3-touchdown underdog. Where I haven't even looked yet. What's Lang's Locks look like this week with you and Evangel?
Man, I hadn't looked either. So sometimes I just make them up in my head. If it's anything that I didn't need or didn't like, I just make it up in my head.
Yeah.
I go with,
he's got them favored by 37 points tonight.
Boys, so you're supposed to be a 31.5 dog tonight, guys. I don't know what it's going to take. Get some respect around here.
Right, Roy Lang does not like you and does not respect you. There we go. I love it. Roy, I think, will be okay with it anyway. He kind of lets a lot of the water off a duck's back with that cat. So I get it, man. It's going to be a fun game. I know that that we're juiced for it, and I got nothing to do with it except just getting in touch with Sepulveda tonight because Sharp's not going to be there. So we've got the principal at Captain Shreve will be our correspondent, former head coach there, and Coach Sepulveda, and, of course, Ernie Velasco will take care of it for Evangel. I'm looking forward to hearing the reports on this thing every time we check in on Friday Football Frenzy tonight. I know you've got to be fired up coaching it, knowing enough about you and how excited you are about leading these guys into this, and your kids have got to be busting at the seams. Their kids are busting at the seams. It's as good as it gets, man. Happy for all the success you guys are having out there, and I hope that y'all have a really good game tonight and everybody comes out of it healthy, Jeremy.
Hey, we sure appreciate it. Y'all have a great Friday.
You do, bud. I should, unless this turns into the crud. You know, I think I'm okay. So far, so good. I'm doing the Zyrtec, squirt, squirt, and Zicam, choo-choo. Yeah. Squirt, choo-choo. Cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. You can squirt some hot sauce, and then on those breakfast tacos, and then choo-choo the taco. You're 39 minutes away from Fuzzy's Taco Shop opening for breakfast, and I cannot tell you again just how jealous we are that you have the opportunity to get that, and we do not. You know who does have an opportunity? Matthew Sewell. He lives not that far from there. He's out in H-Town. That's like 10 minutes from Fuzzy's Taco Shop. We'll talk with Sewell. He's already had his work test this week. It was another fun game, but just a little short on the scoreboard. We'll talk to Sewell with more of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations in our show presented by Alsco right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Want to become more self-sufficient and responsible for producing your own food? The 2025 Louisiana Homesteader Conference and Expo is October 17th and 18th. This is a family-friendly, 2-day outdoor event on homesteading, small-scale food production, and food preservation in backyards and acreages. Food trucks, hayride, antique tractors, kid-friendly activities, and over 100 craft and how-to vendor booths at the LSU Ag Center's Red River Research Station in Bossier City, off Highway 71. Look for the Giant Red Barn. Admission is free.
Get ready. Arena football is alive again. The Louisiana Rougarou are roaring into 2026 with a new identity, deep Louisiana pride, and a promise to light up the turf in Brookshire's Arena. From premium seats to gold seats, season tickets start at just $196, and your loyalty is rewarded all season long. This is your chance to be a part of the pack. Head over to LouisianaRougarou.com right now and grab your season tickets. Join the Roo Crew and get ready for a 2026 season that you don't want to miss.
Bell Brothers Lumber is your local lumber company located at 1321 Martin Lane, just northeast of Bossier High School, featuring Hot Shot Delivery Service. They will deliver your lumber hardware needs swiftly and efficiently to your doorstep at no extra charge. And if you have a surplus undamaged materials, they'll pick them up and give you a store credit in return. Spell Brothers Lumber, spellbroslumber.com, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, 318-747-1194.
Over here in our little Tim Fletcher Show corner of the world, we are so appreciative of the fine folks over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, shining the spotlight on local athletes with our Player of the Week throughout the school year. Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Our Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. 7:24 the time. Fuzzy's will be open in 36 minutes. You lucky, lucky dogs that need to go there. Roof, roof, roof. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. I don't know why. A couple of wild dogs just started barking over here. It is a Friday. The frenzy's begun. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Tell Drew we said hi and that you would like to bring some breakfast burritos out to us at the radio station. I keep thinking that if I say it enough, somebody will do it. Our show also brought about Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, founded in 1926, empowering people through the power of work, covering 26 parishes from Ellick all the way to the Arkansas state line. What Goodwill does in all of these communities in North Louisiana is truly amazing. with their job centers, job placement, retail certification, GED. It's just amazing. And you support Goodwill when you go by the retail stores, the retail centers, the 8 stores in North Louisiana. That helps all the programs that they are doing to help those who just need just a little bit of a hand up. And man, who is there all the time since 1926? Goodwill Industries, 100th year in operation this year. That's stinking awesome. So thank you, David Tinkus, and everybody over at Goodwill Industries in North Louisiana for being the unsung heroes in Shreveport-Bossier. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, a fellow that is going to absolutely, one of these days, I really do feel like that Matthew Sewell is going to be coaching in the Superdome in a state championship game. I think he's got the stuff that it takes. Joins us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Sewell, how you doing this morning, buddy?
Hey, I've been better, Fletch, but we woke up this morning, so we're doing all right.
We were just talking with Travis Gary over at Red River. His team was going through a situation where their 3 losses were 2 points to Catholic Point Capay, 6 points to Oak Grove, who we all know when you play Oak Grove, ice bath, and then last week, a 1-point loss to 5A Pineville. And he said, we're learning how to deal with these close games and what we're missing here. Then you look over at H-Town, 36-34 loss to Homer. The Huntington game was close all the way until the very end. Natchitoches Central, same thing. You had the ball with a chance to take the lead in the fourth quarter. And last night, Benton, it's a 1-score game. In other words, your kids are really, really close to getting that 2-3 record, that 1-4 record to 4-1, 3-2. That doesn't help, doesn't make things better, but does it provide a glimmer, more than a glimmer of hope? Does it provide a way to prosperity, you think, by seeing that you're that close to having a good record right now?
Yeah, it's hard to tell that to kids, but we really are, and everything would have to go right, but we really are a couple plays away from being, 4-2, 3-3, even 5-1. Heck, every throw the Parkway game out, and
right,
and you take those other losses, and we've had the lead, or been tied in the second half of all of those games. We had a 2-touchdown lead against Huntington. And, last week we had 2 different 2-touchdown leads against Natchitoches in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. And, last night we were tied and had a 1st and goal at the 10-yard line, and didn't score. And then, we took a kick back to take the lead, and it got called back for a penalty. And, it's like it's frustrating because you can point to, 1 or 2 different things, throughout the game. And if one of those things goes different, it's a different outcome. But, it doesn't change our record. But like I told the team last night, and I've been telling them, they're not short on adversity, and they're not short on going through it, And so, they're not short on fight either. So you can take some solace in it because every week, no matter how much adversity we've been through, we have continued to fight, and so I'm very proud of that. I wish that, I wish we could have made a couple more plays here or there in those different games to have a different outcome, but, sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way on some of those things.
When you're going through something like this, you've got some good veteran coaches, obviously, on the staff there with you at Haughton. You've got Jason Brotherton, who's still right there at the school. You've got Rodney Guin a phone call away. Your buddy Coy Brotherton's a phone call away. Your dad and your mom, are phone calls away. Your wife is the daughter of one of our, better coaches that we've had here the last 50 years. You have a lot of resources, in other words, to kind of tap into to help kind of talk you through this kind of stuff. Who is your go-to in situations like this, or do you just kind of get by yourself and let the moments rattle around in your brain until it drives you stir crazy?
Yeah, Rodney was actually at the game last night. They were off, and so he had to come out and watch. That was pretty cool. I talked to all those people. I talked to my wife, more than anybody, and she's always honest with me. So
she gets it honestly, I think, from her.
Yeah, no, she does. I talk to all those people. Of course, I talk to Jason a lot because I see him all the time. But it just anytime you have some adversity, you always you don't necessarily second guess, but you just go, man, what can we do? And it is always good to be able to talk to those guys, and they tell you a lot of time, like sometimes there's not a lot of things you can do different. Sometimes all you can do is ask them to play hard and compete, and they do that. You got to be happy with that, and it's like our guys just keep fighting, no matter how much they've been through. And I hate it for them, but it's just part of it, And I've seen teams go through this one year, and the next year, they win all those games, And so you just got to keep fighting and keep that in mind, and keep building towards something, and keep competing.
Last night, Ben got the best of you, 48-40, but it wasn't for a lack of effort from a couple of your standouts there. Brandon Craig, good grief, 239 yards. 4 touchdowns. Last week he had 211 yards, I think, receiving or something. Wasn't it like that, or was it rushing? Rushing.
Last week he had 211 from scrimmage. Last night Brandon broke our school record. He had 300 for yards from scrimmage. He had 301 yards from scrimmage last night, and he also had 5 touchdowns, which is the most tied for the most touchdowns we've had in a game. And he took the kickback that would have made it 6 touchdowns, but got called back for a penalty, and I don't want to say anything else about that. But Brandon, that's part of the thing that makes it frustrating. Is we've had so many. Well, we're playing good.
Right.
That's what's frustrating about it is we're playing good, and we've done so many good things. And so that makes it. It makes it frustrating, but it does make it easier to swallow knowing that, you are going out there and playing your tail off, and Brandon's been awesome for us this year, as has, Ethan. And, Ethan broke our school catches record again last night. He had 18 catches. And
good grief.
We actually, and we actually had a school record for yards in a game last night, too, 645. So we are playing good, and we got stops last night and got a couple turnovers too, and we had plenty of chances to win last night. We just, didn't do enough things to take care of it. But those individual performances have been awesome.
Matthew Sewell and the Haughton Buccaneers, another tough luck loss. Next week you're at Airline, then Evangel, then Shreve, and you're done with district, and you have St. Louis Catholic at the end. And this is something that, sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. That's District 1-5A, District 1-4A, and to a certain extent, I think even District 3-2A this year is kind of like that. Somebody's got to end up toward the bottom of the standings. Someone's got to end up at the top of it, even though there is a razor-thin margin, I think, between like 2A and 7A in each one of these districts as far as in the placement. You've got an opportunity with these kids to really have a magnificent season. These next 4 games could absolutely, positively make everybody forget anything about anything. And so there's still so much to play for these kids, for these coaches, for PowerPoints, for playoffs. And so the best way to do it, keep on keeping on. And that's what we know that Matthew Sewell will do. That's kind of what he's trained to do. It's ingrained in him. And they'll get it rolling again, buddy. Good win for Stephen Dennis and the Benton Tigers last night. They
fought.
Good win.
They fought and played hard too. And they've been through a lot of adversity as well.
Yes, they have.
Credit to them, and credit to them for fighting through that. Last week they were down 28-7 and won, and And last night, we went through a spell where I think we scored like 3 times in about 9 plays last night, and they just every time we scored they answered, and they played awesome last night. For sure. Hats off to them. It was a great win for him and their staff.
Well, Sewell, you got your wife, you got your pops, you got your mom, You don't have the Rangers, but that's okay. You can always be a Cubs fan. You can be a Cubs fan for the rest of the year, man. You can join up.
Yeah, no Rangers.
No Rangers.
No Rangers.
Roger says it's just one more game for the Cubs. And so Rogers, doesn't realize that today's payday. And so it may just be, maybe we'll wait for 2 more wins for the next payday. I don't know. Sewell, hang in there, buddy.
A while.
Wow. Wow. Holy moly. Didn't see that. The Cubs are catching strays this morning, man.
I actually thought you had said something about Rogers and the Astros, and so I said that because it's only playing until April.
Yeah.
So that's what I was getting at. I was getting at Rogers.
Okay. All right, so you're getting it right. Okay, so we're teaming up on Rogers. All right, that makes more fun. I like that. All right, buddy.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, have a good remainder of the weekend. Enjoy it. Get out there, and you got that beautiful kiddo and all kind of fun stuff, and then you'll get a chance to get after Justin Scoggin, who is probably going to be coaching 27 hours a day between now and then. If I know anything about Justin Scoggin, he is going to try to figure out what the heck's going on out there. So that'll be a fun little matchup next week. Sewell, best of luck to you next week. Thanks for hanging out with us here on this lovely morning.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, and thanks for everything you do for all of us. Win or lose, I always enjoy coming on and visiting with you guys. So,
well, that's very nice of you, man. Appreciate that, Sewell.
All right, y'all have a good weekend.
See you, buddy. Oh, Dan the man. Danny Mac says, send me what y'all want from Fuzzy. I'm off work today. I can bring it out that way. Well. Driver of the truck that is white says, the days of Tech scoring 7 points needs to be over, need to be averaging 35 points a game. Yeah, I get it. And they've been doing pretty good with that. But last night was just a weird one. I haven't really gotten to dive into that one yet. I think I recorded it last night, though, because I was at the Loyola Bossier game. And then when I got home, I was all about the Cubs, watched that until the very end. So my ass is dragging a little bit, being as 11:15 by the time I decided to close my eyes, and that alarm going off at 3:40 is a nasty sound, man. That is nasty. That's the worst sound in the world. Dirty sound. 7:37 the time. We are rocking and rolling on this cleanup hour portion of Cleanup Aisle 7. Cleanup hour of the show brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's opens in 23 minutes at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. When we come back, we've got an LSU update, and we'll go, let's go to Sibley. Let's go talk to Lakeside head coach John Ware with more of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning, and don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Rejuva-Me Medical can help you to feel your best. Now, if you're struggling to lose weight, Rejuva-Me Medical offers medically monitored weight loss. If you're plagued by fatigue, low libido, muscle loss, just the lethargy, we can help with hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you today. RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's RejuvaMe Medical.com. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal. 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport Bossier better than ever before. The text line brought to you by Live Oak Waste. Buddy, if your dumpster outside your business doesn't have the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Good morning. 7:40 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. We're coming to you live during the cleanup hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's opens in 20 minutes. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. What you waiting on? Breakfast burritos sounds awesome, doesn't it? That's what I thought. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Our show also presented by Alsco. If you need anything to do with floor care at your workplace, first aid services, first aid kits, workwear, facility care, linens, uniforms, restaurants, hospitals, medical facilities, they do it all at Alsco. 318-636-0404. Time now for River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. LSU update, rivercitieslighting.com. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River City's Lighting, getting the job done every day. For your light fixture needs, whether it's inside the house or outside the house, they got them. Your lights, when you need them, for inside or outside. So giddy up. Yes, sir. So, Brian Kelly talking about his offense. Got to be more invested in the vertical passing game. 1 for 7 in deep throws in that last game. And Ole Miss said they need to both throw and catch those passes. Yeah, I like that. So we're saying that on deep throws we need to throw them and catch them. Hey, isn't this great? You've got to have the ability to run the ball when the numbers are fair, get the ball out of the perimeter when they're not, and push the ball vertically. Yeah. As far as Bauer Sharp and Tradez Green, the tight ends, he said that both are legitimate weapons. Green has been slowed by a knee injury, but said fans should expect to see a lot more action from both tight ends as the season progresses. So, as far as LSU having sponsor patches on its jerseys this Saturday, he said it's a positive step for the entire athletic department. I think anything the university feels is needed relative to revenue streams, I'm 100% behind. He said it's not just about football, but about supporting all sports programs at LSU. If sponsorship opportunities help the school recruit, invest in facilities, and do all the things necessary to be a premier program, he's all for it. So there you go. Brian Kelly says, let's do it. Slap those logos on here. Give me a little walk-ons. Give me a little Raisin Canes. I'll take that. Karchner's, Bubba's Boiling Pot or whatever. Boudreaux's Butt Paste. Hey now. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, where they've got your light fixtures for inside the house and outside the house. They've been taking care of folks for over 13 years. Kevin Bryant, and Heather, Courtney, and Lori, all taking care of you. They're good people, going to treat you right, and my friends, that you're going to get the best selection at River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. We're running a little bit behind. Rogers won't shut up. Your head coach of the Lakeside Warriors, it's Elton John Ware. What's up there, John Ware?
What happened, guy?
Not much. Rodney said something earlier that made me think about some things. You have coached at a small school your entire, let's see here, I'm going to surprise you. Your 27 years of coaching.
Right.
You've been at Haynesville, North Webster, Lakeside, and North Caddo, and wasn't there one more?
Bolton.
It
was small at that time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Bolton. Small schools, all of them. He said something about, these guys who have coached at small schools, what would they have if they had the resources of these 5A schools? You ever think about that kind of stuff, John? Or do you love just you grew up in a small town, you played at Haynesville, you saw the benefits of that, I'm sure, and if that doesn't stick with you, playing for Red Franklin, I don't know what does. If that doesn't make you want to do what Red Franklin did, then something's probably wrong with you if you got into coaching, you know. So I get that. But have you ever thought about that? Like, man, I wonder what it would be like to be a coach like for a Zachary team or a St. Thomas More squad or West Monroe or something like that.
Yeah, I have thought about it, you know, but I just never could pull the trigger and wanna do it, you know. But I have thought about that, you know, because you do lack a lot of times at the small schools. You go through big up and downs, you know, especially the ones I've been to. You go, you know, you're gonna have your real highs, and then it comes back down to reality, and there ain't nothing you can do about it, you know. Just kind of the way the scenario goes, and you know, and I know the bigger schools, they still go through that, you know, the talent level, but you don't have to, you know, you're not throwing people in there just because at those schools sometimes, you know, and they might think they are, but they're really not, you know, compared to what we have to do.
Right.
But, you know, it's just the scenario, and I enjoy taking the kids that's not supposed to play anywhere and, you know, turning them into something and watching them grow. I enjoy that part. Now, is it frustrating? You know, sometimes, yes, it is, because you just in a situation, there's nothing you can do about it. You can coach, you can stay up all night long, do drawing and doing and all that kind of stuff, and then sometimes it just don't matter at these schools. But that being said, you know, I mean, it's you know, we're kind of in that situation right now. I mean, we're playing 8 freshmen. You know, who does that?
Holy
I mean, you know, I mean, that's 7 of them will start tonight, 7 freshmen, and you know, about 5 sophomores. So I mean, it's just the scenario we're in and the cycle we're in here, and it kind of wasn't supposed to be like that, but it's kind of the way it's happened with injuries and several more things. So we just go and embrace it and go on. But that's the kind of stuff that don't happen at the 5A school. You know, I mean, that, you know, you're not gonna get in that situation. You might get in some where some inexperience goes, but not necessarily this. But hey, you know, it is what it is, and we coach them hard, and we don't coach them no different than we do when we were sitting here 6-0 last year. It's the same thing. So it's just what it is.
You know,
you got to go with the flow.
You knew there was going to be growing pains this year, though, right, John? This is not too much of a surprise to you.
Well, you know, I had a couple key pieces that ended up, you know, not being there for different reasons, but, you know, that we thought we may can manage some of it with some experience, but, you know, we got our best player got hurt the first game, and, you know, and then it just kind of the way the pieces fit. So, yeah, we knew this coming into it just the way it was, but a lot of things, we've gone through a lot this year, you know. I mean, we really have, coaching-wise and different things, and like I said, you can't control that, so we just go on about our business.
Last week came close, got dealt a 34-22 loss to Montgomery. Of course, there was an injury situation that no one wants to have happen in a football game where the helicopter has to show up out there. And I don't know what the HIPAA laws or whatever can say, what we can say or can't say, but just how is the young man, and what was that like dealing with something like that, and having your kids that stayed behind to play had to see that, and that had to be on their mind as much as it probably was on your mind as well.
Yeah, that was the first time in my career I've had anything like that happen, you know, and it definitely puts things in perspective immediately. You know, the football game was the least of my concern, honestly. By the time it was over with, I was definitely concerned for our young man. You know, and like I said, it was thank God he's fine now. You know, it was a kind of a spinal stinger through his body, you know, and luckily for him, everything's good. He has a little bit of something on his spine, but a bruise and some things. But other than that, he's fine. He's walking around. Everything turned out good, thank God, and he's out for the year. But you know, but that being said, that part don't matter, and it really put things in perspective real quick when you're standing there on the field and you see that helicopter coming in, and you know, we really didn't know what was going to happen. So, but like I said, everything turned out good.
Well, good. I'm glad that he's okay, and I hate that he's going to lose the rest of his season like this. But obviously, he's got a long life to live. And
absolutely.
So, you know, why risk something like that? Taking on a Manny squad tonight at their place, John, that, you know, they got a little bit of their swagger back, and then they kind of got their swagger ripped away from them a couple of times here in these last 3 weeks here. Have you seen it? What's the difference in the Manny team that won their first couple of games versus the Manny teams that have kind of had to struggle a little bit here recently? Is it just the level of competition?
Yeah, and you go play Ash, man. Good Lord.
No, throw
that's
that one
what,
out. That's one of those you just kind of say, you can't even count that one really.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, like I said, throughout the football season, different things happen, and that's kind of what happened to them last year. You know, kind of just different things happen. I can't really tell, you know, if anybody's, you know, certain things, what's going on with them, but they're definitely playing better football. You know, like I said, you can throw the Ash game out because Ash was like a small college.
Yep.
But, yeah, they good, man. They say them on film, but, you know, so that one's out. But the rest of them, they're just a solid football team. They're doing everything well down there and getting better. And you see a lot of the things that they've done in the past come back, and you know, so the atmosphere's back, their numbers are back up, and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, Tyler's doing a good job down there, and you'll see them continue to grow and be better and better. And they're solid. You know, everything they do is solid, and that's what you look at as far as the program goes. So it'll definitely be a challenge for us going on the road. We haven't done real well on the road this year, but you know, like I said, that's a lot of different reasons, but youth is one of them. So we hope. I mean, we going in there. You know, we're going in there with our stinger out and see what happens.
Well, there we go. Nothing wrong with that. How's life? Everything else okay? Anything happen at the house? Anything with your pops? Anything with your kiddos?
No.
Pole vaulting, cheering,
no.
homecoming, and good gosh.
We got all, you know, everything going on around here. We looking for dresses for the 7th grade homecoming and all that kind of stuff, you know. And I don't understand. We got 19 dresses in the closet, but we can't wear one of them because one of them's too this and one of them's too this, one of them's too frivolous, one of them's too. So you got to go buy another one. Okay, so that's where you start at right there. But the main thing that happened this week, you know, I had pancreatitis last week, so I was pretty rough.
Right.
Well, at some point, my wife bought one of these things that you stand on and it vibrates. Okay, it's a vibration plate.
Okay.
So you put your feet on top of it, and that thing goes. You ever seen one of them things on TV? You know,
right?
And it gets you could turn it up real high or real low.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's supposed to know. We ain't talking about like that, Tim. Look, we turn it up. So I decide I'm gonna get on this thing because it's supposed to help your circulation in your legs or whatever. You know, it's supposed to I don't know what it does. It's supposed to jolt it loose, evidently.
Okay.
So I get on this thing.
Jolt your circulation
I get on
loose.
this thing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I get on this thing, and I do it. As soon as I step on there, I'm thinking, this is the dumbest thing I ever done in my entire life. Okay, that's the first thing. I'm standing there, vibrating, whole body-wise, on top of this thing. Is they're laughing at me, but I continue to do it because they said you do it for 10 minutes. Well, my back ain't hurting like 3 or 4 months. Like I ain't had no issues. I've been feeling good, man. And ever since I got on that thing the other day, I feel like I'm about to fall apart now. My wife says it's because we need a new mattress all of a sudden. I said, no. I mean, so if there's any sponsors out there, you got any lawyers on there? I mean, I'm fixing to look at this thing because I am hurting. You know, it messed my golf game up.
Oh, no.
So, you know, so just a little twitch in my back, and it wasn't there till I got on that vibration plate. So anybody out there, somebody tries to talk you, get on that vibration plate, do not do it, fellas. Do not do it. And as bad as they pressure you.
But somehow or another, Mrs. Elton John Ware has decided that no, we need a new mattress.
Yes.
Huh. I don't know.
It wasn't that.
I don't know much, John Ware, but I know a man who is in a house that has featured 4 women for his entire life. I see a new mattress in your future.
It's coming. I agree.
That's inevitable.
My side. Yeah,
and
my
a new
side
dress.
is.
A new dress and a new mattress is coming, and that vibration plate is still going to be in the house.
Yes. Yes, I mean, I don't know about that thing. I can't figure that out. That don't even make any sense.
Well, next time you need to do some painting, just stick your bucket of paint on there and turn it on, and that way you get the paint shaken up.
That's a good idea. That is a good idea right there.
Here's what you tell the wife. Say, sweetie, I'll take care of the salad tonight. Just get you some lettuce, shred it up, get you a couple of boiled eggs, chop them up, and then put it in a bowl and stick it on that thing and hit vibrate with some ranch dip, and you're good. So there we go.
Yeah. It's also got these attachments that you do arm curls with during the same time. Now, what's that got to do with anything?
I don't know.
I mean,
I think she might be trying to get rid of you. You better be careful. She's trying to hurt you.
This is true. I ain't thought about it like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so, it's just one of them things, man. I hate to bring that out on the radio because, I always like to tell people in case they get in that situation.
Right. You're doing this to help others out. Who may whose wife may ask them to get on a vibration plate,
right,
to help their quote unquote circulation, all under the guise of we need a new mattress. How can we do that? Well, Mom, we got that vibration plate. Dad will stand on that thing for 10 minutes if we tell him to, because he's worried about having to buy a homecoming dress. So we'll get his mind off that by putting him on this, and his back's going to be so sore he'll beg for a new mattress. I think they're working against you. I think they're all working in cahoots against you.
Oh, then my oldest one got engaged this week.
I saw that.
We got engaged. We got engaged. Thank you. We got engaged, and now we're going to be doing wedding for the next 10 months. That's all I've heard about. I mean, we go to the Hobby Lobby every day, so, I mean, I'm telling you, it's fixing to be wild for the next 10 months trying to get that done.
Just be glad that you've got 3 daughters and you get to pay for 3 weddings. That's the
I know.
The joy.
I'm so excited.
Yes,
I'm so excited.
Get back on that
plate. He's a good dude. Yeah, he's a good dude. He's got a job, so that's the main thing. That's my criteria.
There you go. Well, see, that's what I'm thinking my criteria is for me out here, but that is not helping me in the least, man. So I get it. More power to him, though. He's locked up a Ware girl, and so he knows.
That's what I'm talking about.
He knows that they get treated like queens and princesses, man. All right.
Yeah.
John Ware and the Lakeside Warriors make their way to Sabine Parish tonight to take on Tyler Hassel's Manny Tiger. Should be a fun game, man. John, hope your boys have a good, safe trip down there, and they play hard for you, and everybody comes out of this thing healthy, especially all those freshmen out there. Hope the lights aren't too bright for them, man.
Man, appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
You too, John. 7:57 the time. Ballew is like, where the hell is his phone call? And then David Franklin's going to be like, where the heck is Tim? He's supposed to be calling me at 8 o'clock. So, Stacy and David, I apologize. We're 15 behind. I got 3 minutes behind with Rodney, and then it was like 4 minutes behind when we talked to Coach Gary. And then by the time we got to Wilburn, we're like 6 minutes behind. Then I got to Sewell, and then we got like 9 minutes behind. And now with John, we're 13 minutes behind. I don't know if you guys know these things. I mentioned a whole lot of names there, and not one of them was Tim Fletcher as far as the reason why we're about late. Wait a minute. What's this mirror? You say I look in the mirror, that's why we're late? Oh, golly, geez, that's me. I am not a handsome man, Raj. 7:58 the time. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes until Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens their doors. When we come back, we have more of our show presented by Alsco. We've got Chevyland taking care of business. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. I love my Silverado so much. It is so awesome. I mean, I have taken to the fact, Rogers, when I park somewhere, that I'd sit there if I'm listening to the radio or a podcast or a game or whatever. If I've got a little food, I'll just stay in the truck instead of going in the house or going into somewhere. I'm like, this is just a whole lot nicer in here than it is anywhere else. This is like the nicest furniture I have. It's right here in this truck. Silverados, baby. 2.9% financing. Pulp can move, baby. Go check it out at Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Together, let's drive. Back with Stacy Ballew right after this.
Want to become more self-sufficient and responsible for producing your own food? The 2025 Louisiana Homesteader Conference and Expo is October 17th and 18th. This is a family-friendly 2-day outdoor event on homesteading, small-scale food production, and food preservation in backyards and acreages. Food trucks, hayride, antique tractors, kid-friendly activities, and over 100 craft and how-to vendor booths at the LSU Ag Center's Red River Research Station in Bossier City, off Highway 71. Look for the giant red barn. Admission is free.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, 8 o'clock. We have wrapped up the cleanup hour. We are now into the power hour. Power hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. We'll do an SEC update and an LSU update after we get through with our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. So our Bo Harris Wealth Management SEC update will come here in just a wee bit. We're running behind because of me. I don't shut up sometimes. And my voice is a lot deeper today because I got a little allergy thing. And so I feel like I'm James Earl Jones. And so I'm like, hey, I kind of like the way this sounds. And so so that's my fault. Our show also is brought to you by the good folks over at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com. 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220, underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. Stop by the dealership today and get your entries in for the LSU home games. They're giving away tickets for every LSU home game at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They got food truck out there tomorrow. Going to have a good time from 11 until 1. Time for a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep or Ram, right? Well, where are you going to go? I would assume Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220, underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. It's good old Stacy Ballew, Byrd head coach, Stacy Ballew. Hey, Coach Ballew, how you doing this morning, sir?
I'm all right. How are y'all, gentlemen?
We're doing A-OK. Just a
loss of words, huh, Fletch?
Yeah, loss of words, Coach. You know, how do you kind of look at what happened last night? And is it just kind of this is the story of what's taking place this year too often, or as often as it is, or mistakes? Or
you know, we've been close in games, and right now I'm not doing a good job of teaching these kids how to come out and play fast and how to win. You know, we're out there and we're playing and we're playing hard. We're still making mistakes that we shouldn't be and not executing at a very high level. We're not doing a good job of transitioning what we learn at practice to putting it out there on the field on Friday night when it matters. We kind of still look like we're deer in headlights. So we're working at it and keep trying to get a little bit better at every practice.
Well, I know that's what you guys do, Stacy. I've seen you guys practice. You know, I know a little bit, and probably none of us know how much hard work that high school coaches put into their task, unless you're married to a high school coach or you are a high school coach. You don't see the effort goes in there.
when you go through all that you go through on a work week, and all your coaches go through all the things they go through to get a team prepared, and then it comes up on the short end of the stick. I don't care how long you've been doing this, and you've been doing it a while now, 27 years as a coach and educator. Has it gotten any easier to deal with this stuff, Stacy, 27 years later, or not?
I think as coaches, we're our own worst critics, because we know exactly what's going on at practice and film sessions and everything else. So we're, after losses, you're very disappointed. You're always upset. You're always looking back at what you could have done different during the game or maybe during practice and preparation. So it's difficult, and it's difficult for the kids. But in the big scheme of things, the reason we get in this business is because we like working with kids. We enjoy, developing relationships with them, and we're all competitive and love the game of football. So you just kind of have to step back and look at the big picture. But it is very difficult when you're not performing well, and it gets aggravating, and you just kind of have to step back and look at it and reevaluate what you're doing and see what you can change to hopefully improve.
Well, the Byrd Yellow Jackets, you still have the great news is you still have 4 more tests, that the semester grades aren't in yet, in other words. Natchitoches Central, Benton, Airline, and Shreve, 4 very capable opponents, capable of beating Byrd and capable of losing to Byrd. Do you try to flush a loss away faster than before, Stacy, or does it still provide some teaching moments that you may even look back on Tuesday and still look back at things that happened in the Huntington game and bring up in practice? Or are you one of these guys that once we watch the film, we're done with it?
We're fixing to get into film right now and go over it all, and then after that, we'll learn from our mistakes that we see on film, and then we're going to move on to Natchitoches.
Okay, that's the kind of the way that goes, I guess. Obviously, your kids that continue to shine for you on a regular basis, in particularly Christian Maxey and Colin Deere. These kids, every single stinking week, it's like they're running for a combined 350 yards or so, or 300-plus yards.
Oh, they're playing extremely, extremely hard. I couldn't be prouder of them.
What is the thing that they bring to the table outside of their hard work? What is the thing that they bring as, if you're trying to describe the technical aspects of them in a running back position, what do they do as running backs?
Maxie's got speed and really good vision. And that's kind of his things he's really good at. And he's also a good blocker. And Colin is just such a hard-nosed runner. He's gotten more athletic. He makes better cuts, has better vision, and he is a tough football player. So they've done a good job so far this season.
Stacy Ballew and the Byrd Yellow Jackets getting ready for Natchitoches Central after the Huntington game, the fall break, all that good stuff. No excuses because it was fall break for Huntington as well. Did it feel like, though, that the game last night was epitomized what a team, the downfall of having a game during fall break, or do you think that had nothing to do with it whatsoever?
I don't think it had much to do with it. Like you said, both teams were on fall break, and you have to deal with that. And it does change up practice times and that kind of stuff. So, but that's, that didn't have any bearing on the game or anything like that.
Stacy Ballew, the Byrd Yellow Jackets, getting ready to go through the film, and then it's what? The kids are off for the rest of the day, or you're going to get a workout in today and then done till Monday?
Got half of them in the weight room right now, another half are in film waiting on me.
There you go, buddy. Well, I know you need to get to it, and we do appreciate it, Stacy, because I guarantee you there's a lot of times that we've called coaches a day after a loss, and the phone rings and rings and rings, and I understand that because they got things they got to do, and you got things to do, and you still got to the phone for us even after a loss, and I'm telling you that I think that's pretty stinking cool of you, man. I appreciate it, and I hope things get better for those Byrd Yellow Jackets as soon as possible, man.
All right, appreciate it, y'all.
Thanks, Ballew. Stacy Ballew, head coach there of the old Byrd Yellow Jackets. He's a good dude, man, and that's – Rogers, could you imagine? I don't think either one of us could have handled being coaches because we take stuff we take little minor defeats and it just gnaws at us. I couldn't
It was
imagine.
going to be tough back in our era because I know probably a time or two you and I probably crossed our mind while we were young.
Absolutely.
Before I found my broadcasting legs, I thought, God, man, I'd love to go back and be the football coach at Friendship Academy and maybe correct some things that should have been corrected while I was there and maybe do it right and maybe make the experience a little better for those young men, you know. But it just didn't work out. But that was where I was going. And honestly, that first semester at NLU, my major was marketing because I wanted to open Hampton Sporting Goods.
Sure.
So I was always going to be involved in sports somehow or another. I thought, well, okay, I can do this. Bats, balls, gloves, helmets. That first semester, I'm sitting in marketing and economics and business management, and I'm like, what the hell does this have to do with you need a 30-inch bat and I have one, and here it is.
Right.
So I kind of started getting a little depressed, to be honest with you. I was like, I didn't know I'm got to do this for 4 years, these kind of classes, just so I can sell somebody a football? So I really did. And then luckily, that's when I met Todd Chisnell, who was in the communications department, and he noticed that I stayed on the weekends a lot more than most freshmen. You know, that most people went back home. They were packed up on Thursday night and were out of there at noon on Friday, and some didn't come back till Monday morning. But I maybe went home 1 weekend a month, and that was to wash clothes and a good washing machine, you know, and get a little money from Dad and just kind of see Pop. But I didn't know what to do. But luckily, I found my legs and got into radio, TV, and film, and eventually led to get into sports radio and all that. So it worked out in the long run. But I really did. I got depressed about midway through that first semester when I'm like, I can't sit through 4 years of economics and marketing.
No.
This is not even fun.
No. And as far as, I wanted to be a broadcaster or a coach. And I was like, well, I get to be in air conditioning with the broadcaster. And there's a chance that I won't want to try to beat the snot out of a kid.
And that was back then. Does that?
Right.
Oh, God,
yeah.
no.
Yeah. I don't think I have the temperament.
But the fact that you know that and we both know that, that right there is helping those kids right now.
I take, as I said, I still will have the only recurring nightmare I have.
Yeah.
Has to do with the one basketball game I missed in my entire career.
You know what? You're very consistent with that.
And it's like, it still haunts me.
Yeah.
And if I have a dream, it's usually because I feel like I'm late to a football or a basketball practice. I'm 60, and I'm still having dreams about being late for a football or basketball
practice.
It's
real. When you're doing that,
when you wake up, you're like, oh, my God.
You're in a panic.
Yes. And so imagine if I were in charge of high school kids.
Oh, and every play would just – there's no – we'd have an ulcer. And
so
it would have perforated by now.
That's why I like every one of these dudes, and people – I've had folks say, there's no way you like all those guys. Like, dude, I do like every one of these guys we talk to.
We want to talk about it. We just don't want to teach it.
Right. I respect the hell out of it.
Oh, my gosh. But I'm with you there. I have one football play in my head where I got cocky and tried to make a real fancy cutback left when I should have just went right, followed my receiver, and probably would have scored. But the guy I wanted to come back on was a dude that I didn't get along with off the field as well. So I knew if I made this fancy cutback left, I was going to have open field to the left, and I was going to juke him out and put him in his place. Well, I got past him, but his arm was out enough where it clipped my ankle as he was falling down, and it tripped my foot about 2 yards away, and I fell. When I should have just followed the wide receiver, but I knew it was going to look good cutting back left. Oh. And he was going to, and it all worked except for his hand hitting that ankle that kicked it into the other leg, and about 3 yards later I fell. So I'm with you. That's one play that I look back on and go, man, I let my cockiness get away with me there. Yeah. But that cockiness and competitiveness.
Right.
And it's a guy that you don't really like. We did not like each other on or off the field.
Right.
And that was rare.
Worse.
That we hated the other team anyway, but you didn't really have any relationships with them off the field, especially back then. But this guy I ran into a few places here and there off the field, state fair, and a few little words exchanged here and there. And he played basketball as well, and since I was backup point guard, I had 5 fouls to give every game. So when we played that team, my 5 came against him.
No doubt about that, buddy. 8:14 the time, Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When it comes to your dream home, it could be sitting right now on the 20 acres of Brewer Quality Homes at 3830 East Texas. They've got so many homes for $70, $80, $90 a square foot. That sounds fantastic. Our show also coming at you courtesy of GBT, the great banking team. When it comes to your banking needs, it's nice to have GBT in your corner. 3400 Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, and East Texas next to the Bellagio. We'll be back with David Franklin for more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations right after this.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
When I think of the unsung hero in high school football, I think of that player that does all the little things. All the things that the coach asks that player to do, they're taking care of it. When the star of the team goes down, maybe it's that unsung hero that fills the void. Once again, not necessarily getting the accolades, but getting the job done. And that's what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana has been doing since 1926. They bring you the unsung hero on our Friday night shows as well throughout the week. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, an unsung hero themselves.
Morrison-DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 1033 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. It's Friday, October 10th, 8:16 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. All the manufactured homes you're looking for, Franklin, Cabco, Jessup, they're right there. Thanks to Alsco, our presenting sponsor as well. 318-636-0404. First aid services, uniforms, washroom supplies, and more. 636-0404. And as always, thank you, Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers, for your continued support of the program. When it comes to our Player of the Week, Morris and DeWitt comes through with flying colors every single week. The Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. Brought to you by Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com. That's DEWETT, morrisdewitt.com. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Haynesville Golden Tornado. It's good old David Franklin. Hey, David, how you doing?
I'm doing good this morning. How are y'all?
We're all right. Again, apologize for being a little behind schedule. I'm a little chatty.
Oh, no.
A little chatty.
That's fine. We're a little behind over here, too.
Yeah, I get it. Fall break. Was it fall break in Claiborne Parish as well or not?
Oh, we are falling on the break next week.
Next week. Okay. So y'all had a regular work week this week then.
Had a regular work week this week, so we get to go on fall break next week.
Okay, so you already had your game, though, last night against Jay Hodge. Took care of business. That comes on the heels of the 56-19 win over Lincoln Prep the week before. And I can't remember if it was Dwayne or somebody posted on social media last night. It just feels weird, the rare Thursday game. How do you feel about Thursday games?
Well, we'd rather not play on a Thursday night, but, you know, I understand. I guess the main thing is the shortage of officials. And I think Jonesboro's playing a lot of Thursday games. I didn't really like it. It throws things off a little bit, but, you know, it's something different. It breaks up the Friday night a little bit, and, I mean, gives you something different to do. That's always good to change every once in a while, not too much. Yeah. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Just, you know, it's kind of hard to come to school after you get home late, but it'll be all right. We'll make it.
How'd the kids play? Because I know 43-0 tells you one thing, but how they actually got to 43-0 tells you another thing.
We
We played well. You know, we had a really hard week last week of practice. You know, I remember coming home. I guess it was Monday, and my wife asked how was practice, and I'm like, you know, I'm just going to be honest. I think that was one of the hardest practices that I've ever, you know, been a part of. I mean, it was tough on the kids. It was hard, but and we were very demanding, but the kids responded, and, you know, the whole week was kind of like that. Of course, we back off towards the end of the week, but I thought that we played well. You know, we played a little faster last night than what we did the week before that, and that's, you know, kind of what we were trying to accomplish. But, you know, last night was good. Jonesboro's got a good football team. It was 13-0 at halftime, and we made some mistakes, but they've got a good football team, and they've got some kids that played hard last night.
You know, going back to what you said about practice, when, you know, your wife asked how was practice, you said it was one of the hardest. And so I think in my mind, I'm like, hardest practices means, man, they put them through the ringer. Then I thought, well, no, that hardest practice could have a couple or three different meanings here. So I'm going to ask, what did a hard practice to you mean for this past Monday? What made it such a hard practice? It was just,
I guess, demanding for the kids. You know, there were some things that we wanted to accomplish. We wanted to accomplish our secondary breaking on the ball. That's something that we didn't see the week before. So, you know, our secondary period may have consisted of, you know, several reps of the ball goes in the air and you better be busting your tail to it. But then you know, and we may have done like 15 minutes of, you know, our best against our best, but we scripted it and we tried to accomplish certain things. And, you know, it was physical for the kids. It was, you know, it was pretty, you know, they were tired at the end of practice. They were really tired, and you know, we had to do an ice bath to try to get them back a little bit. But you know, sometimes you, as a coach, you know, it's kind of a fine line. You don't want to push it too hard. You don't want anybody to get hurt. But if you don't get to where you need to be, what difference does it make because you're not there? So,
yeah,
you know, I think we accomplished that this week. You know, we didn't get anybody hurt, and we improved. So that's exactly what we wanted to do.
There's a fine line right there, isn't it? You know, you got to be physical. You got to push them. But as soon as you push them and then all of a sudden the kid goes down, you're like, oh, boy. You know, wasn't it worth it? You know,
you don't want that, football. But that's part of it, yeah.
You know, saw one of my buddy's sons last night take a shot to the knee and missed the game, and they're going for MRI this morning to check his knee. And, you know, and he's a senior. And so you see that, and just your heart breaks for the kid and for the parents who are going through this, who all that stuff, and, you know, all the work that you put in, it could be done. Just be done, you know? And so,
absolutely.
And because of that, that's the thing. Coaches are constant. Kids are fluid. You know, they're every 4 years, there's another full new batch of kids that have come through. And so I know that you get connected to these kids. I completely understand that you never want to see a kid get hurt whatsoever. You don't ever want to see a kid not succeed. But your job is every year to get the Haynesville Golden Tornado ready to play a good brand of football. And it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't with the physical practices kind of thing.
You know, our kids are pretty tough, though. I mean, they really are. You know, we've got some that, you know, well, they go to the doctor and they're out for 2 weeks. Well, what's wrong? I don't know. The doctor said I'm out for 2 weeks. We got a few of those,
right?
You know, but for the most part, you know, Donnie Critton got his knee jacked up a little bit last night, you know, and I thought he's done. And I'm looking over there, so well, let's just get him out. And because she's like, I'm ready to go. I'm like, okay. So, you know, I do appreciate that. You know, we're tough on them, but at the same time, they're tough back, and that's, you know, that's something that we appreciate for sure.
Yeah, and go ahead, David.
You can make an injury what you want to make an injury. If you want to play, then, you know, a lot of times you can play through that. Now, absolutely, you know, we had a kid last year that played in the state championship game with a torn ACL. Wasn't very effective, but he did play.
Right.
So, you know, that's just doctor approved. Now, that's not, yeah.
Right. This wasn't you guys sneaking him out there and saying, don't tell your mom that we're playing.
Exactly. No, not that. Not at all.
Well, I still remember covering Dak when he was at Haughton, that senior year for Dak. You know, and Rodney can vouch or dispel this, but I think it was like the 6th or 7th game of the year that Dak suffered a torn ACL and kept playing. And then we think about our buddy Jacob Hester, you know, his rookie year with the Chargers, he had second year, I think, had plantar fasciitis in both feet. And Antonio Gates was a tight end for the Chargers and missed the entire year with plantar fasciitis in one foot. Missed the whole year. Jacob had plantar fasciitis in both feet, didn't miss a practice because he said, I'm not telling anybody. Didn't tell anybody with the Chargers at all because he said, if I told them that, they might cut me. And so, you know, you want to play. You want to play. And Donnie Critton wanted to play, you know, and that's how that kind of stuff goes. As you get this team kind of pushing towards the final stretch here, you now only have 4 games remaining. Cedar Creek, Arcadia, Darbone Woods, and Glenbrook. And, you know, you will be a decided favorite in those 4 games, and we all kind of expect things, if they go as expected, that Haynesville will head into the playoffs as the number 1 team, probably number 1 power ratings, and undefeated. When do you – I've asked you this a couple of times over the years, and maybe you already asked you this year, David, but when do you start kind of thinking and maybe having those private conversations with your coaches or your wife or your brothers about, hey, this might be one of those teams? You know, do you let yourself do that, or do you wait until Thanksgiving week?
Not to cut you off, never. We don't do that.
Never.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
My wife might do that, but not me, and not the rest of the coaches, and you know, hopefully not the team. And we're not even gonna. We're pretty sure, you know, even if we went out, I don't think we can. I think the highest we can be is possibly 3 or 4.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's
strength of schedules.
Other people are able to play upper class and get more points and all that stuff. So, you know, it's kind of a points game at that, you know, but you just got to do what you can. Only take care of yourself. You can't worry about what South Plaquemine and North Iberville are doing. They kind of don't really have a lot to do. You know, they control what they do. We control what we do.
That's true.
So, but the answer to your question would probably be never. No, not at all. I mean,
Unless
it's just right now. It's just about it's about winning. It's about winning and getting better, and that's it. You know, that's all it should be about.
No, that makes perfect sense to me, David, and that's why
you knew that. Come on, man,
I did know that. That's why we asked the question.
Is that a trick question?
That's right. You know, because I have a feeling there wouldn't be 17 placards at the stadium if you guys talked about state championships in week 6. You know, that probably would have prevented a few of those from ever happening. And I imagine your father didn't do a whole lot of, boys, I think we're going to win a state championship this year.
I don't think I ever heard that. Trying to remember, but I don't think
probably
that was
not.
ever said.
Probably not. You know.
No.
And you know, I think it worked out all right. I think that I would keep doing the method that you're working with there, David. It seems to be doing A-OK. The Haynesville Golden Tornado, 6 up, 6 down, all win. They'll try to make it 7 in a row when they take on Cedar Creek next week at home. So good old traditional 7:30 start in Haynesville next Friday, the way God intended high school football to be played, doggone it. David, always appreciate your time, sir, and best of luck to your Golden Tornado throughout the weekend and next week in practice as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
All right, buddy. David Franklin, head coach of the Haynesville. Yeah, could you imagine? Red 1990s. What was a good year for them? 95? When was Bobby Raytail? The late, great Bobby Raytail. 95, 96?
And I guess if you were ever going to think that probably would have been about the time.
Yeah. And they're in the middle of like a 30-game winning streak or whatever. Like, could you imagine Red Franklin? Well, boys, gather around.
Yeah.
This is the year we're going to go undefeated and win a state championship in week 2. I don't think.
You know, Fair Park had head coach Homer Prendergast and assistant head coach Bull Wilson. They had Tommy Davis and Rogers Hampton in the same backfield.
Right.
I doubt if it was ever spoken that they were going to go win a championship, even though they did.
You know, I guess it goes back to reason, Raj, because when I was 12 and we were at our Little League All-Star practice, in one of our last practices, the Johnson twins and I were talking about how great it's going to be to go to Williamsport. And we got
you
beat.
have told this story numerous times.
We got no hit in the first game by a 6-foot kid from El Dorado, and our season was over. So maybe we should have spent less time planning on going to Williamsport and more time on how do we hit a 6-foot kid throwing.
Less time mowing and more time drilling.
Exactly. We've got SEC update and an LSU. I tell you what, Raj, let's do an SEC update now, and then break, and then LSU update after that. All right. Time now for a delayed SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris. Look, a trip without a plan is left to chance, and that's okay for a trip to Target, but not for your family vacation, and certainly not for your financial destiny. Haynesville Golden Tornado are not going into a game without a game plan. I'm pretty sure of that. You want to be able to help control the actions that lead to the outcome of a game. So why wouldn't you want to do the same thing for your financial life? Have a game plan. The best way to effectively construct and execute a financial game plan is to have a financial advisor you trust to always look out for your best interests and walk with you through the financial game plan stages to achieve the end result that we desire. A long-term relationship with someone that knows how to guide you through the various stages of life until you execute the plan during retirement. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you this SEC update. The Raiders. All right, we got a full boat of games for Week 7 in college football and some really tasty matchups. In the SEC, going to be a fun one, buddy. Alabama and Missouri. First Monday night of 1975 season, Missouri went down to Birmingham and beat number 2 Alabama 20-7. Bama had won 22 straight games, but Tony Galbraith and the Tigers rushed for 206 yards. Tony Galbraith. Bama only had 31 yards rushing, and then a 20-halftime lead held up with surprising ease. Yeah. So that win helped Missouri have a 2-1 series lead when they joined the SEC in 2012 over Alabama. They're now 2-6 because they've lost 5 in a row. Bama has swept by an average score of 39-10. This is from ESPN's information. This may be the best chance for Missouri against Alabama in 50 years. So there you go. Not only does Ahmad Hardy lead the country in rushing, the Missouri running back, again, who was playing for Coach Vincent at UL Monroe this time last year, he also has picked up 460 of those yards after contact. 460 yards after contact. That's pretty good. I believe Hollywood Smothers is the only running back in the country who has more yak than Hardy. OU, Texas. Unranked Texas, Rogers, to me, is a dangerous Texas. Oklahoma ranked 6th, and it almost feels like, I know that they got the Michael Hawkins kid that is ready to go at quarterback. Now, granted, he played Kent State last week, and that's nothing. But he got some experience. Les Miles could have learned something from that and starting Brandon Harris in a non-conference game before instead waiting until the Auburn road game to start Brandon, but that's why Les was an idiot sometimes. It feels like that OU is either, and no offense, Austin Brown, Jimmy Watson, any OU fans out there, it feels like either OU is desperate to get John Mateer on the field or they're desperate to play a mind game with Texas. And either way, Rogers, if I'm Texas, I'm like, hey, guys, I think we might have a mental edge on these guys. I think we may be in their heads a little bit because they sure are trying to rush a kid back. Hand surgery. It's only been 13 days or whatever since hand surgery. It's supposed to be 4 weeks. Either they think that we're going to be scared to death of John Mateer and a surgically repaired hand, or they think that we're going to be so flustered by the lack of decision we don't know what to do. I just feel like this is a game where Sarkisian earns his chops. I think Texas, I've turned my mind around. Only reason, and I think we might have even said this to Austin when we had him on the other day, I really thought OU was going to win this game because the OU front seven on defense is so much better than Texas' offensive line. Texas has had a bye week. They've had a chance to kind of hopefully smooth some things out for Arch Manning's sake and his, physical health's sake. And now, the more that this Mateer stuff has become the talking point for this game, no one's talking about Texas. No one's talking about Arch. No one's talking about how disappointing. For the first time in a while, they can just kind of, guys, let's just regroup and go out here and beat these guys that we've beaten the last 3 or 4 years or whatever it is. So I am flipping, Rogers. I think Texas is going to pull the upset. I do. And I don't know. I think that OU is going to get after Arch, but I think Sarkisian is a good enough coach, and I think that he has had enough negative press about him, the team, Arch, the lack of preparedness, the lack of protection, the lack of a run game. These guys are making millions of dollars, but they also have a whole lot of pride, Raj. None of these guys want to be bad at their job. And Sarkisian's not been good at his job the last couple of weeks. Huh? They hate each other, too. So, there you go. And this is not the mush trying to jinx Texas. Once again, I hope that the field would swallow both programs up and they give up football. That's about the only way Arkansas would ever be ahead of either one of these two schools. So, I don't like either one of them. There's only one player that's ever played for either one of them that I liked, and that was Tinker Owens, who was a wide receiver back during the Switzer era. So, I mean, and, our local kids that have played for both, sure, I like those guys. But other than that, hate them. And that's your SEC update. Your SEC update is paid for as a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love nothing more than to talk about your investment game plan and maybe how he can help come up with a little fine-tuning. Have a cup of coffee with Bo and find out. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC, Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAN. Get in touch with Bo. 318-670-3101, BoHarrisWM.com, 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Well, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Chasing Aces will have their Closest to the Pin contest tonight from 10 till midnight. Did you see the video they posted yesterday, Raj, of Trey's hole-in-one? No. Over our buddy Trey Langford's hole-in-one? It's awesome. Good swing, Trey. A really pretty swing. Looked like he had his lob wedge or pitching wedge there on number one, and he did not take a big swing at it. He just kind of let the club work and let it go. That's the thing at Chasing Aces. You want it to land short of the hole and run to it. Now, we played the first night there with some Tech golfer alums, and those kids can make it back up. They get hit past the hole and back it up. Most of us aren't able to do that. And so Trey did a nice job. It was a really smooth swing. Trey, whatever you did on that swing, repeat it all the time. And then they go to the other camera and plop, 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 boom, into the hole. And then they made the big check presentation, I think, yesterday, $2,326 or whatever to Trey Langford. Now, here's the deal, Trey. You can get the Fuzzy's Tacos here in just a second and probably get them out here to us in just a heartbeat, But no, congratulations, Trey. And Tyler Netherton, another one, had the hole-in-one the other day. Fun stuff. If you're not going to Chasing Aces this weekend, I hope you're going to Disney World, because I don't know where else you could have as much fun as at Chasing Aces. Book your time in the Bay at chasingaces.golf. And we'll be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, Powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about summer rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka, polka, polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality Home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
Everyone's broken a phone, but not just anybody can fix one. Don't trust your phone to a fly-by-night shop. And don't try to fix it yourself. Let the experts at Batteries Plus keep you connected by replacing your screen, repairing your phone, or replacing the battery for you. Walk in anytime or make an appointment at batteriesplus.com and save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Whether your kid is lining them up on the gridiron and putting in the mouthpiece and getting after it, or maybe you've got a kiddo who is a part of the Friday night spectacle of drill team and pep squads and cheerleading squads, guess what? Sports World's got you covered. You got a uniform need? Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Our show is brought to you by Alsco, alsco.com. Facility care, floor care, washroom supplies, alsco.com. 318-636-0404. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. The Brew Crew, the home of Jessup Homes. Those are manufactured in Donnie's plant down in Waco. So you think Donnie's going to make sure those are priced right in his place here? Yeah, I think so. And our show is brought to you by Rejuvime Medical. Rejuvime Medical, that's REJUVIME medical.com. Online, sure. They're also physically just down the street, 4801 Line Avenue, Suite 8, inside Piermont Mall, right across from the Gucci Brookshires online, next to our buddies over at Chop Shop on Azalea. Good people. Rejuvime Medical with a nurse practitioner to go over your lab results, whether it's weight loss or low T that you're addressing, or both. They can kind of go hand in hand sometimes, too, if you think about it, Phyllis. Okay? So they just want you to get better, and they want you to be better in the best possible you. Possibly you. RejuvimeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com. Time now for your River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery LSU update. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. Taking care of business for those that are looking for light fixtures inside the house, outside the house, all over the house. River Cities Lighting has been doing this for 13 years. South Carolina, LSU, tomorrow night, 6:45. ESPN calls it maybe the biggest now or never game of a week full of them. South Carolina fell off course with losses to Vandy and Missouri. Projected underdog in their next 5 games. The Gamecocks still have Lenora Sellers and Dylan Stewart, though. They'll remain major upset threats. LSU, meanwhile, got a bye week after losing to Ole Miss to fix whatever's wrong with the offense. With trips to Vanderbilt, Alabama, and Oklahoma remaining, the Tigers can't afford a home upset. LSU, that line is now 9.5. I thought it was 6.5. Has it gone up to 9.5? Whew. I don't know. Yeah. I know that LSU's getting healthier, and Durham being back is a big deal, and Anderson being probable. And Nussmeier's had an extra week to heal. It feels like they've got a plan at least for where Mabinga is on the offensive line.
9.5 points. Oh, boy, I don't know if I'd go that route. The ESPN, their models don't have a clue either. Their SP Plus, which is I think Bill Connolly's thing, has LSU winning by by a little over 12. Their football, some of the index FPI projection, has LSU winning by 6. And here's Vegas saying, no, they're favored by 9.5. So right there in the middle somewhere. At this point, Raj, I hope LSU fans are aware of this. Just get a win. 12-9 is a win. It doesn't matter. And I know that Hester has come on board with this and has been on this for a while. I am certainly a big fan of this. Rogers is a fan of this. You get 12 of these things, win them however you can. Because at the end, if you win enough of them, you're going to be in the playoffs, and no one's going to have to judge your resume on strength of victory. If you go 11-1 or 10-2, you're in the playoffs. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Oh, Kevin! Lori, Heather, Courtney, and company. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. They've got light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house. Whether you're a DIYer or a custom home builder that needs, Kevin, we need 500 light fixtures today. In my mind, I've never worked in these kind of situations, I'm thinking that there's Jim Home Builder calls up River Cities Lighting. I need to speak to Kevin Bryant. Yes, Kevin, what's going on? This is Jim Home Builder. I'm building 25 homes. I need 700 lights, and I need them today. We'll be on that right now. Truck's on the way. And there's the movie. It's made. I think that we could make a movie out of just River Cities Lighting taking orders from Jim the Home Builder. And we'll be back with more of the show brought to you by Alsco. With more of the show brought to you by our buddies over at Bailey's Jewelers. Gary Bailey, Paul Little, East Texas, right in front of Pierre Bossier Mall. From just right to priceless, they've got the perfect gift. Bailey's Jewelers. Back after this.
Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River Cities Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com. Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com, 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
So what are Rogers and I talking about during the break? Cormier Family Dentistry's oral conscious sedation.
I mean, 2 of the people on the show went there this week.
That's true.
So, I mean, we got to strike while that iron is hot and that tooth is clean.
Absolutely. And you know what, Rogers? I try to keep at least one tooth clean every day. Thank you very much. Ding. Like Joe Pesci. Cormier Family Dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier. Now, here's the deal. They're Monday through Thursday, so today, no Cormier Family Dentistry time. But make that appointment for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You'll be glad you did. Your teeth are going to feel as good as mine. You want to feel my teeth again? Here. I'm telling you. Got the teeth of an angel. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072 on East Kings, right across the street from Albertsons, next to, nestled in between Drug Emporium and Aikens Nursery. So, Raj, it's already 8:50. How does that happen? I don't understand this. But
I mean, all these high school coaches are just chatty Cathys.
I
man.
know.
Just
They
chat.
are. It's exactly right.
No, you're right, man. It's 8:50 already. Golly.
Yes.
And then we had no Hester this morning.
No.
And yet we delivered.
We try to.
All right, we'll get through this hour. We'll refresh, and then we'll revisit everything from 9 to 10. And we would love to have your calls and your text during that. It's 9 o'clock. Give us your thoughts and opinions on your team, what they're going to do this weekend. What do you think they might do or what they're not going to do?
You know,
the
the
9
little
o'clock hour is a free-for-all. It's for you. Please participate with us. You don't want to hear me and Fletch just jabby, gab over the same old stuff.
Peed a little with that one.
Well, it's better than the other one.
Right. I was like, right when I was getting ready to sneeze, I'm like, oh no, I think I need to go to the bathroom. Oh no, I got to sneeze. And so I was like, please don't do both of them.
Oh no, at our age, that's no.
Yeah.
So, I used to like surprises, not anymore.
Yeah. My surprise that I like now is if, I go to walk-ons, I'm like, hey, I think I got like 2 extra Louisiana dry rub boneless wings
now
here.
that's the surprise I want.
A surprise would be a walk-ons if like, I think we got 6 mozzarella logs with this order. Shh, don't say anything. Wait a minute. I think I ordered a short Budweiser, but I got a tall one. Okay. Shh. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Walk-on Sports.
I ordered a hamburger, but they brought me the one that has the egg on it. I didn't order that one. Shh, I got a free egg.
Walk-ons is your place. College football tonight? Sure. How about a make-or-break Division Series Game 5? Tigers, Mariners tonight. That's going to be on at Walk-Ons. NHL regular season hockey, that's going to be on at Walk-Ons. There's friendlies in soccer all around. That'll be on at Walk-Ons. And then Saturday and Sunday, not only do you have, and I think the WNBA Finals tomorrow night, right? I think the decisive game. Not only do you have college football and NFL Sunday and Saturday and Sunday, you've got the Cubs-Brewers decisive game 5 on Saturday. Saturday night. UFC, there's fight nights. There's always something on the TVs, but more than importantly, for me at least, there's always something really good on that plate coming to me. I love it. And then Sunday night, the American League Championship Series begins with either Seattle or Detroit at Toronto. So, buddy, we've got baseball, football, preseason NBA, WNBA Finals, regular season hockey. Just crazy what all's going on right now. And it's great that Walk-Ons has got you squared away with everything. Walk-Ons on Airline in Bossier, north of 220. Walk-Ons on Uri, south of East 70th. We'll be back with more of the show brought to you by Alsco during the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour right after this.
Imagine, if you will, if your Wi-Fi was a lot smarter. Picture it. Your television, phone, laptop, even that fancy fridge of yours working together to make life easier. Well, Xfinity makes that dream a reality. Devices so in sync, you would think they're on the same wavelength. They're almost telepathic. Really smart Wi-Fi that knows when your device needs a boost, that knows when there's an online threat for your children. The best equipment to stream 4 games at once with multi-view. And Xfinity Mobile gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. That's the magic of Xfinity. It's seamlessly in tune with you. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We're without, what's his name? Hester. Today, he's already in Austin, ready for a little friendly with the LSU men's soccer squad tonight. And then they'll be hanging around in Austin for the Red River Shootout as well. So, okay, that's awesome. Good for you. Don't worry about us back here, Adam. You know. So the Ragin' Cajuns, coming off the bye week, which of course came off the double overtime crazy game over Marshall, 11 o'clock Central Time kickoff on ESPN2 at James Madison. So that is not the most favorable situation to find yourself in, but that's where they'll be as they take on the Dukes tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock on ESPN. Did I say 2? Yeah, ESPN2. Oh, by the way, speaking of Lafayette, we've got to say goodbye to them here. But first, one more little quick timeout.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We wrap up our power hour of Brewer Quality Homes and our time with our Lafayette crew on the GOAT. Best of luck to the Ragin' Cajuns as they are already, I assume, already out there in, where is it, Lynchburg? No, Harrisonburg, Virginia. Take on James Madison. Not going to be easy. The Dukes 4-1, 2-0. And we're going to get our first start of the year for the man, the myth, the legend, Lunch Winfield. Backup quarterback who came in and led the Raging Cajuns to 6 straight scoring drives against Marshall in that crazy double overtime win. And according to the advocate for the Acadiana area, it appears that leading rusher Zylan Perry is not expected to play, so Stephen Blanco gets a greater load, and maybe even true freshman Daryl Smith will get some PT here. So should be fun. It's an 11 o'clock kick tomorrow morning on ESPN2. The Raging Cajuns hope to use that momentum built from the win over the double OT win over Marshall into an upset of James Madison in the Duke's house. It was the Dukes. It was the Dukes. So good luck, Cajuns. That'd be a nice win. I don't like those James Madison guys. Like those kids.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Hey now. Roger's, a couple of texts that we have not gotten to from our Live Oak Environmental text line, liveoakenv.com. Get in touch with the Walters crew, 318-230-7125. If your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, then that's just trash. Live Oak Environmental, sponsoring our text line. That number is 318-GUY-PAL, 318-489-7453. Did I go over that? I think I missed this one. Yeah, I got that one. Barely moving. Couple of things. We don't talk much Big Ten, but USC Michigan is a big one, and winner could backdoor a playoff spot. Hey now. And he says they're driving to Memphis and carting you through the morning, or carrying through the morning as far as I can, almost to the Arkansas border, and service is still great. Well, that's nice to know. EH says, going back to the Rogers Hampton Sporting Goods, he goes, Hampton Sporting Goods equals Budweiser's worst enemy. Like you would have, where would you have had the time, Rog? And Scott sends in from Amazon. They still have the Prime Days going on, because he sent us an example of the vibration plate exercise. AXV vibration plate fitness platform exercise machine, vibrating lymphatic drainage, shaking full body shaker. That's a lot there, Rog. And I'm trying to see how much this sucker cost. Whoa. So the AXV vibration plate fitness platform exercise machine, vibrating lymphatic drainage, shaking full body system is $99. There's a vibration plate exercise machine from Tisk Care, vibrating plates for weight loss and lymphatic, blah, blah, blah. And it looks like it comes with handcuffs. Oh, what? $75.99. Oh, he's got like these little arm things. Okay, little bands. Rogers, tell me that doesn't look like handcuffs just from a distance.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
Well, John said it was 2 things for his arms.
Right, so I guess that was it.
Yeah. Wow.
So apparently you don't want that. So I sent those to Ware, and I was like, hey, I think this is what we ought to pitch in and get for John Ware for Christmas. And he says, heck to the no.
It's funny because I remember something similar to that my days back in Astroworld in the 70s, that they had those machines because you walk so much. They look like the big giants old scales in the old day where you'd put the money in to give you a little fortune you'd weigh, except you would put money in these and it would do that exact thing. You would stand on it, it would shake you because you've walked so much it was supposed to like shake your muscles a little bit loose. And I don't know if it ever really worked. It more kind of like numbed.
Well, my Aunt Corinne, one of the funniest, greatest ladies I've ever known in my life, the late, great Corinne French, and her husband, Uncle A.O. Thank you for all of our Christmases, Uncle A.O.
Oh, that's cool. That was that one?
That was that one.
Okay.
She had a thing that she would stand on, and it was like a boat motor in front of her, like that shape of a boat motor with that strap like the pull-down towels, in a bathroom.
Put the belt.
Put it around the waist, and it would shake you like this.
I've done that one, too.
And I'm like, What did that do?
I don't really know because I have done that.
We all got on it at some point, and
that was about that same time you had that one that had the wooden legs that would rotate balls. And you'd get on it, and it would just, ow! And then some genius decided to make that into a car seat thing to put behind you. I was like, wait a minute, this...
You can never fall asleep driving in
You
that way.
cannot!
Officer, we pulled you over. Why? Because you were crying so much.
I mean, we
thought something was wrong.
Drew Carey says it takes some mental time.
Exactly. All right, kids.
Well, here's how I'm going to fix that.
It's happy hour, and it's time for an SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris knows that the person you are right now in 2025 on October 10th is the person who is most responsible probably for taking care of who you are on October 10th, 2035, 2045. And for folks like our kiddos' ages, 2055, Time is on your side in so many ways. And even if time is not necessarily on your side, to continue to go without a plan just makes it even harder. Get in touch with Bo Harris. Get an investment game plan rolling. You'll be glad you did. Bo Harris bringing you this SEC update. So, Raj, when we're looking at the SEC slate of games, all right, I'm going to throw these out at you. You tell me where the Patrick Netherton upset special comes from.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Pouring one out for our dead program homie, Patrick Netherton. So, straight out of the chute at 11 o'clock in the morning, the Missouri Tigers are a 2.5-point dog at home against Alabama. That's not that big of an underdog.
No.
We're not going to win any free food from Patrick that way.
No, the point is you need to pick a big number.
Right.
And we're giving you positive advice on that.
At 2:30, Texas is now a 1.5-point favorite over Oklahoma. So Oklahoma's a 1.5-point dog. No.
That's a tough one to call.
Yeah. Washington State's 31.5-point underdog at Ole Miss. No, thank you.
Yeah. If it was Washington, maybe.
Arkansas is an 11.5-point underdog at Tennessee.
You know what? That's getting close right there. That number's big enough that if something strange happens, because it's new blood, new coach, maybe new attitude, you're going on the road, maybe
Arkansas scores points.
That might circle that one, and I'm not saying it just because of the Hogs.
I get it.
I just think that's a big number, and Tennessee could be looking past them.
Yeah.
That right now, I'm circling that one.
South Carolina is a 9.5-point underdog.
I hate to say it, I will circle that one just because that's a dang big number. I don't like it. I would still go with Arkansas, but if you do this for a living or you like to bet for a living, that would be one I would probably take a chance on.
Florida is a 7.5-point underdog at Texas A&M.
I want to say if they could ride the momentum from saving his job last week, that was at home, though. I don't think I could pull it on that one, no. I would like to see him maybe do it because we don't like A&M, and I know we like Napier.
Yeah.
So, I couldn't pull it on that one.
I don't think so either. I think A&M kind of takes care of business. I'm telling you.
You've always, you've been so steady and consistent on that coach of theirs.
Yep.
I'll give you that one, brother. You've been steady on his train.
Georgia and Auburn. Auburn is only a 3.5-point underdog to 10th-ranked Georgia at Auburn. That is a line I don't understand. I usually can kind of understand these betting lines, and you can kind of...
You don't understand it. You know me. I don't follow it enough to...
What has Auburn done? Now, I know that the Oklahoma game is that asterisk game where the Oklahoma got the cheating touchdown.
Yeah.
But what has Auburn shown that they're...
Or is this more a reflection of Georgia?
Or is this a reflection of Georgia? And that's what I don't get.
I don't see that. No, I'm not going to go against Kirby Smart.
Auburn's defense is good.
Yeah.
Auburn's defense is maybe borderline
great. You are at
great.
home. I get that.
You're at home.
But it's a wishy-washy fan base if they get behind her.
It is. Georgia's coming off a demolishing of Kentucky, which is on the heels of that surprising loss to Alabama, the high-scoring shootout win over Tennessee. I mean, I know Georgia hasn't done the Georgia thing yet where they look like a national champion, but
I'm not going to say they aren't.
And that this isn't the week that they don't do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that one.
I wouldn't either, Raj. I wouldn't either. So I think if I was
unless you're doing it just for the money, because we're talking upset special if we were still doing that.
Right.
But if you're a gambler, I don't know.
And I know I'm a homer, but I think if I were trying to win Patrick's contest, it no longer runs.
I'm going Arkansas right now.
I'm going Arkansas.
I am too.
So, go Hogs, go.
Yeah, go, baby. Let's go.
Exercise the demons of the Clint Sterner leaving the ball.
You know what, dude? That
on the turf.
I'm on that train with you there. That's
the
for the upset special and the rules that apply to that. That game covers all those factoids. So I'm picking that one as the upset special.
And that, my friends, is your SEC update. Your SEC update is a paid advertisement.
But if you want a little more steady advice with your money, call Bo Harris.
Yeah, no lie. The SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee and discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101. Located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport, and online at BoHarrisWM.com. Hambone and I, we got more to talk about. We got 50 minutes. We ain't going to screw it around. We're going to use it. We'll be back with more of the show brought to you by Alsco right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
These gems don't just glisten, they pay. Play Lucky Gems from the lottery. Win up to $4,000. Stop at your favorite lottery retailer and ask for Lucky Gems today. Keep it rolling straight to your wallet and play Money Rolls from the lottery. Win up to $15,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up Money Rolls today. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, Em, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Get ready. Arena football is alive again. The Louisiana Rougarou are roaring into 2026 with a new identity, deep Louisiana pride, and a promise to light up the turf in Brookshire's Arena. From premium seats to gold seats, season tickets start at just $196, and your loyalty is rewarded all season long. This is your chance to be a part of the pack. Head over to LouisianaRougarou.com right now and grab your season tickets. Join the Rou Crew and get ready for a 2026 season that you don't want to miss.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When is the last time you literally heard someone say, man, there's nothing like this place, and thought, I bet there's something like this place? Dude, there's nothing like chasing aces at all. From the home run dugout, to the putting zone, to the driving base and the par 3, they've got something for everybody. ChasingAces.golf.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Spell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, just northeast of Bossier High between I-20 and East Texas, 318-747-1194. They are truly your local lumber company. They can do it all. Window installation, lumber supply, custom cabinets and doors, expert guidance and planning, hardware, and yes, hot shot delivery service where they'll bring your lumber and hardware needs right to your doorstep. Get in touch with Spell Brothers Lumber, locally owned and operated, 747-1194.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Having personally witnessed just how hard the folks at Alsco work, you can feel great knowing they are working so hard for you. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and so much more. Call them today, 318-636-0404, or visit alsco.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Guys, 9:15 the time. On this Friday, October 10th, Tim Fletcher Show. Met Brian, who was Bryce Restovich's cousin, and his wife last night, Destiny, at the Loyola game. Says he listens to the show every day, so hello, Brian. Nice to meet you last night. Fun going to a high school game, being around that stuff. And again, if I said in the 6 o'clock hour, the officiating crew last night at that Loyola Bossier game I thought was top-notch.
Yeah, that was rare because you saw I kind of tensed up when you said that because normally it's not using anything good when you're bringing up officials because we've always gone with the, hey, if you didn't hear anything about the ref or the ump or the officials, that means they did a good job. So when somebody brings up the refs, you think, oh, no, what did they do?
Right.
They let 3 of those guys just kick the crap out of that other dude. It was like a scene from Goodfellas.
Yeah.
It was like Billy Bats.
There was one time where one guy said, what's in the box?
That is one of the funniest memes we looked at recently.
Right.
Their head was actually in the box. No. John Doe has the upper hand.
Yep.
Oh.
From the Live Oak Environmental text line, Raj, here during happy hour.
Yes.
On our Live Oak Environmental text line.
Yes, sir.
Patrick says, funny enough, my text line still gets about 1 to 2 upset special picks per week.
That's funny.
I guess no one told them my show doesn't exist anymore.
Well, hey.
As I said, that's your version of, hey, Fletch, watched you on the news last night.
Dude, that's what I was saying. That's what I was just saying. Hey, I saw you last night on the local TV.
And one of our buddies here says, Parkway airline officials sucked last night.
Well, you must have got lucky then, Fletch. Count your blessings on that one.
Maybe
you
so.
Saw a clean, called, officiated game.
Maybe so. Oof.
That's another job I would not want.
Whew.
I don't have the temperament for that at all. I tried umpiring a little bit in baseball, like coming out of high school or sometime in college or during the summer, and it just didn't go well because the competitor in me. I could not differentiate objectivity as an umpire compared to the athlete just missed the base. I'd be like, no, you missed the base. Oh, okay, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm supposed to wait for the other coach to realize that, and then I got to call him out.
Right.
I just, no, I and that was before the way it is now. That was before the way it is now, where people didn't really jaw at the officials.
No.
You might boo and hiss, but none of this stuff you see on videos now.
No, not at all.
Where people are getting arrested and fighting in the stand.
We don't need
Yeah, there's no way.
Barely Moving says he's in Texarkana now. Signal still loud and clear.
All right, Barely Moving.
Hunter says Huntington scored a touchdown last night and their band played neck. Well, there you go. Let's go. Come on.
Hey. Enjoy it while you can, man. You're young once.
Draco says, loving my Luminox from Bailey's. It has a little crimson red on the dial. And just win, baby. I get it. I get it. As far as the world of college football this entire weekend, it is a chock-full, fantastic weekend. I know we're kind of SEC centrist over here, but, buddy, Ohio State, Illinois ain't nothing to sneeze at. Number 1 and number 17. Pitt at Florida State, that's a fun game as well. That's 3-2 versus 3-2. That's one of those 11 a.m. starts. Indiana, Oregon, we're going to find out, Raj. Is this Indiana team ready for this kind of – this is the proof of the pudding right
yes,
here.
It is. Yes, it is. Yes,
You're on the road at Oregon against a really good team that's been just clobbering folks.
Yeah, if you're going to be taken as legitimate, this is one of those games you got to wake everybody's eyes up in the country.
And at least be competitive.
Yes.
I'm worried for some reason, Raj. I'm worried about our boy Haynes King over there at Georgia Tech, former Longview Lobo and son, of course, of John King, a guy that a lot of us around here are big fans
absolutely.
of. They take on Virginia Tech. They're hosting Virginia Tech. Va-Tech has nothing going on.
I was going to say, why does that concern you?
Because Va-Tech.
Oh, because they have nothing going on and nothing to lose. Okay.
They got nothing to lose.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I didn't know if maybe he was injured or something.
They've already fired their coach.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
They don't. Are they a rudderless ship? So this is one of those where Georgia Tech either wins 42-6. Or it's 24-24.
You know what? And I get that same feeling with your Hogs in Tennessee.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you just don't know.
The agent chaos is going to wreak havoc on somebody.
And if you can control that chaos, then you got a shot.
JJ and Ben are in South Bend for the NC
no show
State.
Tonight. Okay,
no show
right.
tonight.
No 5 o'clock show tonight, so people don't panic when you don't hear them.
NC State is at Notre Dame. Notre Dame's a 22.5-point favorite.
I was going to say, that's not even going to be close, is it?
But North Carolina State's got Hollywood Smothers, and when if it's not Ahmad Hardy, then Hollywood Smothers is probably that next running back that kind of comes to mind as being the most productive in college football. I don't think Notre Dame covers a 22.5-point spread against North Carolina State because I think NC State is going to do everything they can to let Hollywood have his say. And
not calling for the upset, just not calling for the upset. Okay.
But C.J. Bailey is another one of these kids, the quarterback for North Carolina State. I think he has been an NC State kid his whole time, right?
Or that's the case. We need to write that down and put a little asterisk by that because that does not happen anymore.
Yeah, I think he's been there the whole time.
He's
a decent quarterback, man.
Yeah.
He's big. He's 6'6", 210. His numbers are really nice so far this year. As far as just on the surface, you look around and go, well, wait a minute. So this kid's got 13 touchdowns, 4 picks. He's thrown for almost 1,700 yards in 6 games. That's about 280 a game.
6'6", 210?
6'6", 210. That's like Taylon Green.
That's got NFL written all over him, man.
So I think North Carolina State's going to put some points on the board on these guys.
Okay, now you got that on my radar now.
Florida A&M. Raj, Florida had their big show last week.
I was going to say, if it was still back in the swamp, I'd give them a better shot. But I have a feeling last week.
I think A&M's going to take
I think last week was their yeah.
But they get those guys like Dallas Wilson, who showed up last week, the freshman wide receiver, had a great game for freshman records. He's now got a game under his belt. DJ Lagway's got a little bit more confidence now, that, maybe I am as good as what I think I am.
It's just a tough place to play.
That's a tough place to play.
Man, as much as we
and
hate
it's going to be a
guys.
night game.
Yeah, as much as we hate those guys.
But I think Florida's got enough dudes
to hang in
there.
So kind of like NC State at Notre Dame, they got enough just to hang, but they're not going to upset them. Okay.
The Michigan USC is brought up earlier on the text line.
Give me your thoughts on that one because I know they're not as good as what they used to be, but how are they now compared to each other?
Michigan, of course, ranked 15th. USC, not ranked. USC's a 2.5-point favorite. They've got the Maleva kid who was taking over at quarterback and has got an 11-1 touchdown to interception ratio.
So they're not ranked, but at home and favored against the ranked team.
Right.
That's strange.
That is a little strange.
That's strange.
Michigan, of course, Bryce Underwood. A lot of people who follow Michigan football and are fans of it feel like that he has really kind of grown up these last couple of games.
Well, he's kind of had to.
Yeah, he's had to.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it,
there's a reason you paid him. It's the plane.
Right. And especially the last game against Wisconsin, more so than the Nebraska game. Sorry, not the Nebraska game, the Wisconsin game. Underwood threw for 270 yards.
That's a start.
That's probably the best game that he's had.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
And so a true freshman who starts to kind of understand things, maybe the reading of the defensive concepts and maybe the pre-snap reads are coming a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, maybe he finally realized, boy, this isn't high school.
Right. And the thing that I always go back to is when Joe Brady was here for the Louisiana High School Coaches Association convention.
Yeah.
The year before, leading to the 2019 season, he was talking about Joe Burrow during spring.
Yeah.
About how they had worked on Joe Burrow and the pre-snap reads, how when he broke out of the huddle, he should know the 2 or 3 hot spots that he's going to be looking at.
Where he wants to go,
and
1, 2, 3.
By the walking up, he should have enough knowledge in him to really be able to hone in on that. And when you are that confident, when you're taking the snap as a quarterback, you know that these 2 options are going to be open and that they're going to generate some positive yardage and maybe even a big play. Dude, you can let it fly. And I wonder if that's something that Bryce Underwood's kind of going through right now.
Yeah.
But I still think I think USC's a favorite for a reason. I think that Michigan's just one of these teams that people aren't ready to trust a freshman quarterback yet, But I would probably steer clear of that one. BYU, Arizona, 7 o'clock game, a fun one. BYU's favored by 2.5 at Arizona, 4-1 squad. And Arizona State is ranked, and they're at Utah, unranked, same record, except Arizona State's 2-0 in the Big 12. Utah's 1-1. Utah is an 8.5-point favorite. Despite the fact they're unranked, Arizona State's ranked and is 2-0 in the league play, and Utah's 1-1.
And the game is where?
It's in Utah.
Oh, that's the only reason they're doing that. But I don't know if I could.
And I've been on the Utah bandwagon. I said that was my dark horse to make it into the college playoffs. My not so dark horse was A&M, and I think that if Utah's going to do it,
for both those teams.
This is the weekend for them to show that they're either really going to be involved,
right, or they're just okay,
or they're going to just be good college.
They're
football
good, and
team.
they'll be a good bowl game participant.
Right.
Yeah.
And good ain't going to cut it. And good will get you to the playoffs, but good ain't going to get you a championship. 9:26 the time. The Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hambone Hampton, rolling through the happy hour. Our little radio show is also brought to you by Chop Shop. Chop Shop. They've got smash burgers today. Yes, they've got those every day, Fletcher. Oh, well, that's right. I knew that. It is your one-stop butcher shop for meat, spices, meals, and more. But that's not all. How about the take and bake? And I help. Boudin and collard green egg rolls, chicken pot pie, lasagna, take and bakes, beef puffs with filet trim in your choice of pesto or mushroom filling, chicken pot pie bites. Woo! Come on. And dirty rice. And yes, if you're going down south for the weekend, heading down to Baton Rouge for the LSU game, stop by Chop Shop and load up on your steaks, your roast, your chicken, your burgers, your beef to throw on the grill at your next tailgate, because it's just a cut above at Chop Shop. Whole animal butchery, Sample Farms crew, nice as they can be. Eat clean, live dirty. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. And we'll be back right after this.
The Home Depot has everything you need to turn your home into a beacon of holiday cheer. So whether you're going all out or just adding a few holiday touches, we've got you covered with trees, yard decor, and more. Save time decorating with one of our easy-to-assemble pre-lit trees, or pick up a piece from our Yuletide Lane decor collection and fill your yard with holiday joy. Whatever your style, find everything to get your holidays started at the Home Depot.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Everyone's broken a phone, but not just anybody can fix one. Don't trust your phone to a fly-by-night shop. And don't try to fix it yourself. Let the experts at Batteries Plus keep you connected by replacing your screen, repairing your phone, or replacing the battery for you. Walk in anytime or make an appointment at batteriesplus.com and save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
Cormier Family Dentistry, the home of friendly staff and beautiful smiles. Adam and Jana Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. They also feature single-visit crowns, cosmetic dentistry, denture service. The dynamic duo of dentistry is my dentist. I love them because I never feel like I'm in pain there. It's great. You're going to love Adam and Jana Cormier and their friendly staff, and you'll come out of there with a beautiful smile.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuva Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at rejuvamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Our weekly high school coaches conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Furniture and Appliances. You can't see the dent, you can't see the scratch on so many of these products, but there's still a steep discount on so many wonderful things at Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. You may not see the dent, but you're going to see the savings at Skent-N-Dent, bringing you Coaches Conversations. The presenting sponsor for the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniform needs, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, with facility care from wet mops to floor mats to everything in between, plus the very important first aid services as well. Trust Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Happy Hour, brought to you by Ice Cold Refreshing Bud Light. Ice Cold Refreshing Bud Light. Hey, Raj. Hey. Our show also brought to you by Alsco, alsco.com. Linens, uniforms, facility care, washroom supplies, laundry service, workwear, first aid services, floor care. 318-636-0404. That's all I got to say about that. Raj, from our Live Oak Environmental text line here.
Yes.
What's the phone number? Jason wants to know. Well, 318-725-5945. That's the phone number.
Patrick said, yeah, I ended up doing color for the game for the LHSAA network last night for one of the games. He said, I never saw so many face masks grabbed and pulled and called.
Wow.
So a lot of face masks last night. Okay. Time now for an LSU update. And it is brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Bringing you this LSU update. LSU. In the past, Reed Darcy has an article this morning on The Advocate, or in The Advocate. In the past, LSU has certainly had their difficulty with mobile quarterbacks, right? Well, guess what? Lenora Sellers is very mobile. Very mobile. Brian Kelly said, yeah, we gave up explosive plays to them last year, so we have to eliminate those. Blake Baker, in his second year, has seen an improvement in his squad from last year to this year. So, Kelly says you got to keep Sellers in the pocket. Some of that is schematic. Some of that's tackling. That's where he's deadly, so it's a similar theme, though. If you look at the quarterbacks that we're facing, a lot of that is going to be carried over from week to week. Harold Perkins has been the run stopper for LSU so far. He has stopped more run plays with 13 stops than any Tiger. And, of course, he was not a part of the LSU attack for the bulk of the year last year. LSU has one of the 15 best rushing defenses in the country. And so, strength on strength in this game. Lenora Sellers is healthy again after he missed a game against Vanderbilt. Missed the last part of that with a concussion. 14 carries, 98 yards last week against Kentucky. I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago when they had their last game. So, all right. The very movable force goes up against the very we want to stop that movable force on Saturday night in Death Valley. Your LSU updates are brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River Cities Lighting has got light fixtures for inside the house and outside the house, and, of course, all over the house. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline, it's our old pal Jason Elliott. He and his Nightlighters crew have put up $500 for our prize package for our Survivor Challenge. So thanks for that as well, Jason. Good morning, sir.
No
How
problem.
You doing?
I'm doing good, Fletch. I want to talk about the thing that the coaches aren't allowed to talk about, and that is the officiating in high school football this year.
Oh, my.
Fletch, I don't know how you fix it per se, but I have been to a few different games this year and personally have witnessed it. The time clock operation that supposedly happened last night at Parkway, there was some craziness at the Benton game, and it seems like the officials as a whole are I don't understand the dynamic of you have to be one crew of guys, so it becomes real cliquish in the LHSAA. So, but it doesn't seem like it's going upwards or trending upwards. How do we fix the refereeing at the high school level to make it more competitive or more fair?
Well, I think to improve the overall quality of it, I think you just need more able-bodied men and women to do it. Last night there was, one of the refs was a female on the crew, and she did a really nice job. In other words, you didn't ever know she was there. That's what I like best about the crew that worked Gary and Sella's game last night. They did not make their presence, and before thought. Like you weren't thinking like, oh boy, the refs are going to hose us on something here. They called penalties that should have been called and let some things go that probably should have been let go and just kind of stayed out of the way. And it was kind of refreshing. But I think they got to get more bodies thrown at it. It goes back to kind of, Jason, what Rodney Guin was saying earlier about coaches. He said that look at Kevin McGee at Logansport, who's won a state championship and has his team, in state championship games in caliber with very limited supply of human beings to choose from for a football team. Same thing with Richie Casey at Homer. Same thing with David Franklin at Haynesville. Same thing that, John's got at Lakeside and Christopher has at North Webster and all this good stuff. If they had, but if Logansport had, all of a sudden, they had 120 kids on the roster, you don't think that they would be a better football team? Yeah, they'd have more to choose from. Not saying all 120 guys are going to be outstanding football players, but there's a good chance that 30 or 40 of them would be pretty good high school football players, and man, that's more than they got on the whole roster right now. And so I think that's one thing, Jason, get more guys involved in it.
Well, LHSAA, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but in order to be a football referee, you have to be sponsored by a white hat. And so when you got guys that are interested, but if they don't know a white hat that's willing to sponsor them, they can't even become and apply to being an official. And so I really think the LHSAA, I understand what you're saying. I would love to see more people refereeing, but at the same time, they limit the amount of quality that they're going to get just by their the rules, I guess, that are in place. And then you have to be part of a designated crew of officials, and I think that's also not the best decision. As you know, I referee high school soccer, and we never know. We don't have a set crew, and so but you end up working with different people, and so yes, the coaches can adapt to whatever referees they have, but you can't limit. If you already have a limited choice of referees, why limit yourself even further by saying, oh, well, we don't even want you to apply unless you're sponsored?
Right. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that at all. It seems to me that I would go into JC's, Optimist Club, Lions Club, businessman, businesswoman luncheons. I would go to the Independence Bowl. I would go to whomever. I'd go to Tech, Northwestern State, Grambling, Centenary, and I'd have something there in the, in the athletic offices or whatever for these players when they get out of school or whatever, that, hey, you want to still be a part of the game. I would try to find something like that, and then I would just try to figure out a way to where they get enough money to where it's worth their while. And I think they're getting paid pretty good right now. What is it, like $125 a game, something like that, $100 a game? I don't know what it would be worth to you, Jason, but you do soccer refereeing, but like for the average guy to give up go ahead.
Soccer refereeing is a little bit lower than that, but it's I do it more for the love of the game.
Sure.
And then but also our program, we're well structured. We have good leadership. And I don't know the leadership of the LHSA locally on the football side, so I can't comment on that level. But yes, we recruit we're recruiting players that are graduating that we referee 4 years of high school that we know that they would be a good asset to come in on the other side. But the high school, it just seems to be very cliquish, and it just doesn't seem to be very well thought out, in my opinion. So obviously last night's game at Loyola was Loyola and Bossier was a good game called all in all. However, I got up this morning and I'm reading about the airline Parkway game, and the thing that I see as fixable is we had time clock errors again. And it just doesn't seem like the home team should be the responsible team for time clock. That should be a neutral party. But again, I don't. It just seems like there's things that are fixable that are not being fixed. Just my 2 cents.
There we go, buddy. That's a good 2 cents. And that way, once again, go on Facebook, check out Night Lighters. You guys are still doing Halloween stuff for people, right?
Yes, one more week of Halloween, and everybody calls October 31st Halloween, but we call that Christmas decorative, and we'll start putting Christmas lights out. If you want to see some of our work, we got the Ockley Bridge lit up right now in
looks
Shreveport.
fantastic.
Thank you. We change that out, and we do that for the community. We love on the community. We'll end up changing it out the Mardi Gras lights too after Christmas, so we'll keep it decorated.
That's awesome, man. It really is cool, and I've
and
seen your work. My across-the-street neighbor had used you for Christmas a couple of years ago. Looked fantastic. Go to Facebook and just look up Nightlighters and get on the bandwagon, man. These guys do an incredible job. And here's the other good thing. They do the job, so you don't have to. No one needs to be Clark Griswold when you've got Nightlighters.
Thank you, Fletcher.
You bet, Jason. See you, buddy. And I think one other way to kind of, when I was talking about what would be worth your while, Rogers, on a Friday night, if you're a guy who loves football or you're a lady who loves football and wants to, that could be an official, what would it take to get you off the couch or away from your family on a Friday night for 12, 13, 14, 15 Fridays and maybe 6 or 7 Thursdays thrown in there as well?
I just don't think I could do it.
Yeah, I mean, but think about it. For the normal human being, which you and I are not.
Because like I said, I told you when I tried it, it's not meant for me.
No,
I let my competitive nature get in my way and my thought process. Maybe if I'd have stuck with it and got older and learned to adjust.
We could all get better or something.
But at that point, I was like, okay, I'm stuck.
But what I'm saying is if you're someone who's got the ability to do it.
Yes.
And you're 40 years old and you got a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old and you and your wife are Friday nights. Or
yes, now if I'm back in that
either
scenario,
you're going to your mom's house or her mom's house or your friends are coming over playing bunco or whatever on Friday night, you're having that kind of life. What's it worth to you to give that up and go ref a high school game? Is it $100? Is that going to get you out of there? $150? It's going to take $200? And I know people are different, but it would take something like $150, $175, $200 for me to go, hey, you know what? I could make some pretty serious cash, and it's something I love. And, oh, by the way, Maxie Causey, and, oh, crap, I just lost the name, Louisiana Tech alum. Is it Adam Bullock? We had 2 cats who are NFL refs who started off doing high school football refereeing here.
That's right.
Ken Ante started his high school football refereeing here and ended up doing SEC games, you know? And so there are guys that you could start if you're a 30-year-old, 35, 40-year-old, person who wants to start officiating. If you're good at it, you're going to get better games. And if you're really good at it, you're going to start doing a Northwestern State game. You're going to do a Southland Conference
now
game.
When you make me think about it like that,
right.
and I'm looking at it as
could be
I'm younger and I have a family and I'm looking for extra opportunity and maybe, now I see that there.
Right.
Yes.
I remember thinking during my wayward times, Raj, back in the days of when I'd been kicked out of school and I was waiting tables at Cock of the Walk and putting hot cornbread on my crotch.
What's that on the ceiling?
What's that on the ceiling? That's your cornbread, sir. It'll come down in just a minute in crumbs. Try to catch it. I remember thinking, in addition to I should have been a coach or whatever. I did think about going to baseball umpiring school. I was like, because they were back in those days, you'd get them in the back of Sporting News. They'd have ads for like umpiring school. I was like, maybe I could go be an umpire. I like baseball,
No, I get that thought process.
And
yes.
so I understand that some guys may gravitate that, but Jason is right. Not enough are doing it.
And that's been kind of a theme for years now is there's just not enough.
Yeah.
And as the attitude of parents gets worse.
Right. That's the other thing.
It deters.
Keep the other adults in the room out of my face. Now, last night, we were sitting on the Loyola side. Sella had a question about something. He got on the field, and he was talking to the white hat about something. That's fine. Hey, coach, you got to come out and talk to me about something. That's fine. I don't want to hear from that mom. I don't want to hear from that dad. I don't want to hear from those kids. I'm not going to do this stuff. And I don't want to have to deal with, threatening my life or meet me in the parking lot. No thanks. And if someone says that, then get them out of the stadium, have the sheriff's deputy escort them to the car, and make sure they leave the premises because we don't need that kind of stuff. And so overzealous parents have maybe as much to do with the lack of officials as anything, because I think a lot of people who would do it say, man, I'm not going to. They go to a Little League game and they see what parents act like to a 14-year-old kid umpiring a 10-year-old Little League game and go, why would I do that?
I just don't understand that mentality. I mean, when you and I were kids, you might, come on up. Oh, that's a ball. That's a strike. That was as far as we went. Yeah. Oh, he was safe. But that's the way you lived with it because it was the call.
Right. Barely Moving says, once you fix high school refs for football, do volleyball and lacrosse next. Also, college basketball locally is atrocious. Centenary and LSUS get hosed consistently. And from a former coach here on the Live Oak Environmental text line, I always paid for the official to run the time clock. I did not want any home cooking when we won. I wanted to win not because somebody was tinkering around with the clock. We used to be able to choose whether you wanted one or you didn't want one. First home game that we had, no play clock operator, back to the 90s, $500,000 scoreboard, and that sucker refused to click the play clock reset. Nobody must give a crud about basketball because they let anybody run those clocks. 9:49 the time. Happy hour. We're happy. NFL's docket. Let's go over that when we come back. Our little show is also brought to you by Daiquiri Express. Don't forget they've got eggnog daiquiris in-house now. It's Christmas in October at Daiquiri Express. All 7 locations have eggnog daiquiris. A ching-a-da-ching. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, ching-a-dee-ching.
Hee-haw, hee-haw.
It's Dominic the Donkey.
Check them out.
Ching-a-dee-ching.
Daiquiri Express, locally owned and operated. Also, thanks to our friends over at Shreve Toyota. I had to run to Target yesterday, Raj, get a couple of things, and I'm walking out, and there's a good-looking new Tacoma with a big Shapen license plate on it. Shapen Toyota. Someone right over here got them a good-looking Toyota Tacoma. Shapen Toyota, Marshall, Texas, 5015 East End Boulevard. Not only do they have the beautiful brand-new Toyotas, but they also have an incredible array of pre-owned inventory that absolutely is priced to move. Go check them out. ShapenToyota.com. Shapen Toyota in beautiful, bucolic Marshall, Texas. Take exit 617 off I-20. Go north. 5015 East End Boulevard South is where you'll find Ken Shapen Toyota. And we'll be back right after this.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Whatever your vision for holiday decorating, the Home Depot has what you need to bring it to life. Like our warm white holiday lights with steady lit technology, so your lights stay glowing even if one bulb fails. Whether you're going for a soft, warm glow or a colorful display of holiday cheer, choose from our wide variety of holiday lights starting at $5 in store only. Find everything you need to get your holidays started with the Home Depot.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Our locally owned businesses are the backbone of our community, and our industry aces lead the way with top-notch service. Lynch's Lawn and Fence. Don't get caught with your fence down. When you call, they come. Shreveport Bossier Family Dental. Dentistry that keeps you smiling. Louisiana State University in Shreveport, where you can stay close and go far. Support local and check out our industry aces today.
Whether you're looking for that hotshot prospect in Bowman Chrome, or maybe that established star with any of the Panini products coming out for the NFL, or maybe Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, and those Upper Deck Goodwin Champions cards that are out there, Sports Cards of Louisiana has something for everybody, plus Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178 on the north side of Brookshires. It's Sports Cards of Louisiana. 318-671-4991.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit MorrisDeWitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
The presenting sponsor of the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, first aid kits, supplies, and so much more. And even wet mops, floor mats, laundry services, they do it all. Alsco.com. ALSCO.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys, to the Fletcher Show. Don't forget, our Survivor Challenge continues for a few scant of you. Yes, sir. Get those picks in. Brought to you by Evergreen Turf Solutions, Bowman Asphalt, Nightlighters, and the Tim Fletcher Show. I hope you're happy. I'm not going to win again. So sad, Raj. So sad. So nice. So, Raj, last night, Cam Scattaboo, 3 touchdowns. Jackson Dart, 1 touchdown running, 1 touchdown throwing. The Giants looked really good, which makes the Saints game look a little bit better, too, huh?
I was just going to say that gives a little more credit to New Orleans. Yeah. That really did. I know that it looks like Philadelphia's struggling. I mean, there's a reason it's hard to repeat. They are the defending Super Bowl champions, so that maybe takes a little edge off because you finally achieved a goal, and it's a new year, new day. They're still 4-2, and they lost a road game in the NFL.
Right.
So Philadelphia's still a really good team.
Yep.
Couple of very missed open receivers from Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And that interception at the end, it was just a couple of inches from being a catch.
It was, and if it was a catch, it was going to be at the, 2-yard line?
Yeah. So I'm not putting too much into that.
Yeah.
But there were.
Scattaboo's fun to watch.
Hey, he's eventually going to get banged up because you can't
run like that.
You can't freight train it every damn
game.
thing. And then if he unfortunately blows out a knee or something doing that stupid backflip,
yeah,
I mean, I know the head coach is trying to keep his job, but I'm like, okay, you're going to help me keep my job by continuing to score 3 touchdowns, not backflipping and blowing out an Achilles or a knee. You're a great athlete. Okay, I get it. You're in the NFL. You already proved you're a great athlete. I don't need to know that you could have done the balance beam.
Right. We don't need that.
But being a giant hater, then okay, go ahead, blow both those knees out. I don't care.
Patriots and the Saints, high noon. New England's favored by 3.5. Of course, don't forget, if you're a fantasy football player or if you use the apps, the Broncos-Jets game, 8:30. That's the London game. By the way, Denver's only favored by 6.5. The Cowboys are not that good, and the Cowboys are beating the Jets 30-3 in New Jersey. I think Denver's going to absolutely destroy the Jets. You know? Cardinals and Colts. Colts, probably a pretty popular pick in the Survivor. 7.5-point favorite. Chargers seem to be having some problems, but their problems are their offensive line's hurt. And so, hey, look at that. Bad offensive line leads to bad quarterback play. I've heard a lot of people think that the Browns are going to go into Pittsburgh and pick up a win. I'm like, a rookie quarterback against Mike Tomlin and that defense? Nah, give me the Steelers. Cowboys should be able to beat Carolina. Kind of want them to. But Carolina, every now and then, figures things out. Seahawks and Jaguars should be a fun game. Seattle's actually favored in that game in Jacksonville. Rams and the Ravens, Titans and the Raiders, Bengals, Packers, Niners, Bucks, and then Lions, Chiefs Sunday night. And then we have 2 Monday night games. Unbelievable. Don't forget Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland. Comes your way tonight on Keel from 7 to 10:30. Rabouche will be with me and Ruben. So that'll be fun. Thanks to Daiquiri Express, Porter's Cleaners, Rejuvenate Medical, Morrison & Wood Injury Lawyers, Chasing Aces, Daiquiri Express, River Cities Lighting, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Walk On Sports Bistro, Shapen Toyota, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Bowman Asphalt, GBT, Chevy Land, Mudbugs Hockey, home games tonight and tomorrow night, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, AccuTemp, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Alsco, Community Renewal, Honey Baked Ham, Bo Harris Wealth Management, Spell Brothers Lumber, Chop Shop, Goodwill Industries, Skent-N-Dent, Cormier Family Dentistry. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, Badge 1284, rest in peace. Casey Hobbick, rest in peace. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Raj, what you got? Soap Opera Friday!
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO